Welcome back, everybody, to Ball State Esports. Not done just yet. Even though we had our last ESC stream of the semester yesterday, we are still here bringing you some Rocket League and CRL Open 3v3, specifically the black roster today. As you can see, that nice drone footage of a snowy Ball State campus. Luckily, not as much snow on the ground anymore. But I'm Wyatt, aka Libby Baby.
I'm Grant, aka Granticus.
And welcome to CRL, which, you know, these CRL Opens, they can be very long, but they can also be very fun, because CRL is, in my opinion, some of the best collegiate Rocket League to watch. It's almost why they just call it collegiate Rocket League, because it's the best collegiate Rocket League to watch. But, yep, welcome back. We can take a look while we're kind of saying hi to everyone at the week's broadcasts. Of course, this is our final broadcast of the week, as it is a Thursday, but we have had multiple other broadcasts this week, as well as some fun ones. A fun broadcast where we had Ball State production, which was me, Libby, Trinity, Austin, and Vince against our varsity Valorant team. Of course, our varsity Valorant team was heavily handicapped. They had a lot of restrictions and things they weren't allowed to do. They still beat us, but hey, it was really fun. One of the most fun streams I've been on. Then Wednesday, we had our final ESC stream of the semester, which was League of Legends versus EMU, and our league team won 2-0, making us undefeated this year, heading into the LAN. And then, of course, what you're watching right now, CRL with our black roster. So we're gonna have a CRL recap as well, which is going to be clips from specifically our black roster, I believe from our previous things that we've streamed on CRL. But while we're doing that, I can maybe talk a little bit about what you're going to be watching today. So today is the CRL Open 3v3 pool number 1. So basically what this is this is our black roster's attempt to qualify for league play. So our red roster over spring break, so we couldn't stream it, qualified for league play. They swept through their pool, didn't drop a single game, beat Indiana Tech in the grand finals, and that qualified us for league play. But now, when you don't qualify for league play in the original 2 open qualies, it kind of goes back to how old CRL used to be, where it's a points-based system. It used to be always a points-based system no matter what, which a lot of people think was better. But when you don't make the league play, you are sent into a point-based system. So what happens today is, I believe it's the top 4 teams in a pool. So we don't technically have to win our bracket. It gives us the most points if we win our bracket. But the top 4 teams in our pool will get CRL points. That's what it is. So we will get points that will allow us to, have a better chance of qualifying for the last chance qualifier. So we're trying to qualify for a qualifier. That's what we're doing today, which is kind of funny. But then in that last chance qualifier, we have a chance to qualify for league play. So we're qualifying for a qualifier for a chance to qualify for league play.
The math is there, I think.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, but we can get a little bit more into some CRL, as well as our roster later on. We're going to send you to a quick commercial. Don't go anywhere. We still have a lot more to show you tonight.
You know you're a Ball State Cardinal when you first hear the chirp. When you look to Frog Baby for luck and Beneficence for guidance. You're a Ball State Cardinal when you chase your dreams, present your case, and win. When the university you call home is small enough to be a community, but big enough to change the world. You know you're a Ball State Cardinal when you're one of us. We are Ball State University. We fly.
Welcome back. So after a brief commercial break, we can get into our Ball State roster. Of course, we're playing a lot of different teams tonight, so you're only going to see Ball State's roster. Because if we try to get rosters for every single one of these teams here, I don't really know how we would do that, but here is our Ball State Black roster. So it's Ultor, Yags, and Wova. These guys have had a pretty successful year in CRL. Of course, they didn't qualify for league play through the Open 2 qualifiers, but they still had really great showings in both the qualifiers they participated in. They've had a great year in CCCS in the fall. They even played some ESC matches for us in which they swept. So they have had a very successful season, and we actually do have webcams. So that is Ultor, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, chilling at his house, his apartment. I don't know. Yeah, they are not in-house tonight, but we still get webcams. How fun. That is Yags. Oh, we don't have Wova's webcam, unfortunately, but this is Yags playing from home as well. Or his dorm room, I believe. Yeah, I believe that is a dorm room. Shout out. Still rocking, still gaming in the dorm room. Hopefully he's got the Ethernet connection. I'm sure he does. For sure. Yeah. Because esports players get Ethernet. So, yeah, we do have them playing from home tonight. So they're in the center, but they will be home. But we do get some webcam footage. Now we can take a look at the bracket, which we have in front of us right now. But we are going to show it to you guys as well. But we have it in front of us so we can read it. It's a little far away from us in real life. Little third wall break for you there. We can't read, but once it's on screen for you guys, I'll start talking about it a little bit. We are in Pool A2, as you can see there, Pool A2 bracket, which I don't know 100% how CRL does their pools. I don't know if it's like a rankings based thing or something like that, but there's the bracket. So as you can see, the first team we play is the University of Maryland club team. So I'm assuming by that being their name that they are an actual club team, which is really cool that they get to participate in CRL. Of course, some of the big names in our bracket is Boise State and the George Mason Patriots as well. Those are probably the biggest two names besides Ball State Black. There's also the UC Retirement Home. Now, I don't know if that's just like a funny name or if that's actually like old people playing Rocket League. I really hope it is old people playing Rocket League. That would be amazing. Yeah, CRL's weird because like there's colleges, but then there's also just this team called Owls. So it's like I don't know if like that's their mascot and they don't even need to include the college. Who knows? I don't know.
It might be.
We also have CMU RL Academy playing against Baker College for who gets to play against Boise State. But yeah, as you can see here, it's a little bit of a shorter bracket than what is usually like what we usually see. It pretty much starts in round 2. There really is no winners round 1 besides CMU and Baker. I would say the hope for Ball State is that they can just sweep through this and try to just get to the winners finals. Without going to that losers bracket, because the loser bracket is just a brutal place to be. You're just playing a lot of Rocket League down there. But yeah, so hopefully they can stay in that winners bracket tonight, which I guess we can talk about some of our predictions now, because predictions for tonight and maybe some predictions for the entirety of the spring season of CRL. Fun fact, I didn't know this was a thing. There's a little show projected button, and we can actually see who CRL themselves predict is going to win. They have it that it's Boise State against we have it that it's Boise State against the George Mason Patriots in the grand finals. But as a Ball State fan, I'm disagreeing with that. I'm going to have Ball State in the grand finals against Boise State. That's personally my prediction. I'm assuming you're...
Yeah, I'd be in that same boat. Even if we do lose to George Mason, I don't think we will. But if we do in the winners bracket, I think we can pull it back in the loser semifinal. Because if they lose in the winners final, we'll have to face them again.
Yeah.
And hopefully in that second round, we can kind of take back what we learned from our mistakes against them, to be able to pull it back and then take our way up to the grand finals.
Yeah, hopefully we can just stay in that winners bracket, get to the grand finals. But, if we do have to go into the losers bracket, there is a benefit to that as well. You've seen the teams before, or they've probably lost before you, so that's probably a sign that you are one of the better teams in the losers bracket. It's almost like that's how losers brackets are structured. But yeah, hopefully we can just stay in that winners. But if we go into the losers, like I said, there's a bit of a benefit to it. We might not just get totally cooked. Worst case scenario is we lose in the losers, and then you're just done. But yeah, we can talk a little bit about, I guess, people who have already qualified for league play. I don't know 100% of like what's happened in league play or if it's even existed yet. I don't know if they've even had matches. I know that from what I've seen, CRL doesn't really have like official rankings. Shout out Michael Jefferson, just waved to me. CRL doesn't have like official rankings that you can really find anywhere, so you just kind of have to go by what the community is saying. I've seen Ball State pretty unanimously ranked 9th, which I think is fair. Top 10, I don't really think any team ranked above us shouldn't have been ranked above us. I think, well, a lot of them had Indiana Tech above us, and we 3-0'd them. So I would assume we could maybe moved up to 8th, which is where Ball State kind of always is. We always kind of fall in that top 8 area, usually around 8th. Behind the big schools like West Virginia, Maryville, Northwood, Winthrop, who have like RLCS pros and stuff on their teams. But, you know, we have also shown that we can beat these schools. I mean, we did 3-0 Winthrop and Nace. So anything is possible, really, in CRL. But that is kind of the state that, as far as I'm aware, that the Spring Open is in. Or the league play is in. I don't think they've actually started league play yet. I will say, tonight is also, there is a bit of a prize pool. If you get top 6, I think it is, you get $300.
I don't know why there was 5.
I don't know, Lucas. I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't know if teams have. I'm assuming it would just get split 3 ways between the players. $300. Like, yeah, I think it's top 6. We actually do have one match starting. LCU and UCN are playing right now. So I wish, like, it would be amazing if we could just tune into any game. That would be so awesome. But fortunately, we can't do that. We're just Ball State, which, you know, it's all you really need is the Ball State feed. Yeah, so we're going to be playing University of Maryland first. I don't really know anything about Maryland's club team. Assuming that they're a club team, I don't know if University of Maryland has like a primary roster that is like their actual like varsity, or if they are solely a club program, kind of like IU is, where they're entirely a club program. I don't know, but if they are just entirely a club program, that's really cool that they get to do CRL. They're pretty much allowing anyone to do CRL this year, which is awesome. But hopefully it's a good match for Ball State. It is a best of 3. And this has been explained to me a million times, but I still always forget. It's like a best of 3 until something, and then it turns to best of 5 in the important matches. That's the best way to describe it. It's a best of 3 until the games are important and like are for like positioning in the finals. Then it's best of 5, which makes sense. It should be best of 5. Even the finals, I think, is best of 5, which is kind of crazy because usually finals are best of 7, unless they made it best of 7 this time.
It would be really long if they did.
That is true.
It would put a lot more pressure, and we'll get some good Rocket League out of it, though.
Yeah, best of 7s. Like, I think best of 7 is ideal. Like, I think it is the best. Like, Rocket League, okay, is the best of 7. But I understand why they don't do it. Because, I mean, these players are going to be playing pretty late already. And, yeah, making it go to a best of 7 could just add even more time. Because the big killer with CRL is just the wait time that you end up in. Say we sweep, right? We sweep all the way through and we make grand finals. Hypothetically, give it a hypothetical. We sweep all the way through. Winners finals, we win. We make grand finals. The loser of winner finals is then sent to the losers finals, which is the winner of that gets to go back to grand finals. However, I would assume that by the time they are sent down to the losers finals, that we might not even be out of losers round 4 yet. And then we'd have to wait for that losers quarterfinals and losers semifinals to finish, and then losers finals before we get back to grand finals. And the same thing can be happening if you win or if you lose in the winners finals. You know, it can all kind of change up. Wow, it's Wova. He's here. I didn't know he has his own personal trophy because I see the trophy over there, but maybe they gave him his own copy. Of course, he was on the team that won that trophy, which was the semester before I came here. Fun fact. I don't know when you came here.
This is my first one.
I assumed because I've never seen you before this semester. Yep. That was kind of my guess. Sim racing team. For those of you who don't know.
Yeah.
That's become such a common thing now, is casters just be doing stuff. I feel so left out. I'm the only one, man. I'm the only one who isn't on some sort of team. But it's okay. But yeah, we're just kind of waiting. I guess you're looking at some other results. There's been a lot of CRL already. I can look at other pools, actually, while we're waiting to get into it. Because, of course, it's 7:01, and the game hasn't started yet. Geez, a minute behind. Gosh. How do we ever get anything done around here? Pool 1 has, like, OC, Leslie University Black, Kennesaw State Premier, another very good team. I would say a really good pool, as well as St. Clair Gold. That is a pretty scary team. It's a lot of secondary rosters. That's kind of what you see in these the Open 1 or whatever this is, Open 3v3-1 qualifying for the last chance qualifier. Usually you see a lot of black rosters and or what's called black roster for us, but you know, secondary rosters, gold roster for Akron, stuff like that. Or actually Akron did qualify. Akron Gold qualified for league play. St. Clair Gold didn't. You see a lot of that because a lot of the primary rosters probably qualified through the original qualifier, as did ours, as did St. Clair. I mean, the day St. Clair doesn't qualify through open qualifiers, like, whoa. I mean, that's the reigning champs.
Yeah.
And, seems like we are going to be going into game very soon. Yep, looks like we are going to be going in. Ball State Black versus Maryland. So, I've been to Maryland. I stayed in a hotel there. So,
Touche.
We just be saying stuff while we're waiting to get in the game. That's pretty much how CRL streams tend to go. You just start saying stuff. I think one time on a CRL stream, me and Lucas talked about F1 for about 2 hours.
Oh my word!
Like combined time, not 2 hours straight, but
2 hours straight.
Yeah.
Is that big of an intermission?
All right,
Nope.
But now we are into this best of 3 game kickoff here. Of course, Ball State Black versus Maryland. See Wova in the corner there, taking it over to Maryland's side. Yag's going to meet him in the air. Going to be stopped by the Burnt Waffle. Pretty banger gamer tag there, as it's going to be set up, and Boog is going to score, or Boog is going to score for Maryland. Going to take them up 1-0.
It was a good play coming out from Burnt Turtle. Was able to pass it right in front of the net and able to give it to Boog. He was in the perfect spot just to bury it in the back of the net.
Yeah, really, really good goal from Maryland. It kind of started off there, just a perfect setup. Kind of what you expect to see there, as you have Astro sort of trying to stop it mid-air. Looks like Altor are going to get a nice setup there, and he's going to tie the game early on for Ball State.
Another great play there. Yags was able to get it with a great 50 and just able to finish it in the back of the net.
Yeah, just a perfect setup there by Ball State, able to tie the game as we enter another kickoff here.
A great kickoff. Woven now with control, trying to take it around, but it is blocked. And the Burnt Waffle. Yags might try to go for a double off the back wall. Isn't able to get it, so Wova, though, able to send it back up. They're able to take it into the corner. Tried to get the boost. The boost was not there just yet. And Yags able to get the 50 and able to give it to Wova. He's able to clear the ball out to Maryland side.
Yep, Wova gets it on the Maryland side. Going to try to set something up for Yags, but it is Boog there with a nice save to keep it out of that Maryland goal. Now we got the Burnt Waffle. Going to try and send it over to BSU. Black side going to set it up for Boog, who's going to score. Maryland with a 2-1 lead right here.
And Burnt Waffle able to get the 50 off of Wova and just a perfect bounce in that corner. And Boog able to be there just at the right time to finish it off.
Yeah, definitely great goal there from Maryland. They're playing very well right now, playing as a team. They're going to get it onto Ball State Black side early here, but Altor are going to get a nice transition over to Maryland side. Maybe going to set something up for Wova. Astro is going to send it back over to Ball State side into that corner. Altor is there and waiting, though. Going to have it in the air. Going to see what he can do. Waffle going to go up and try to contest. Going to try to send it down to Wova, but he just can't get to that ball in time. Boo going to have it now. Going to be taken away by Yags. Astro taking it from him. That's going to be sent back over to Ball State's side, but Wova going to be there waiting to contest.
Yags are now able to get that 50. Brent Waffle trying to clear it out to BSU's side, but is not able to do so. Alter trying to take it back up. Didn't have enough boost to keep it going. Boggs trying to get the clear. A good demo coming out from Wova. Able to get rid of the defender. Might have a chance here. Able to put it towards mid, but nobody else is there for the BSU Black roster to be able to bury it. Right now the ball is floating up. Almost have 3 players up. Wova trying to go for a ceiling shot. Isn't able to get to the ball just in time. And Maryland are able to clear the ball with Bog leading the way.
Yep, Maryland get a nice clear on the Ball State side. Wova is going to be there with the save. Going to be followed up by Altor now. Going to try to carry it over to Maryland side. He has an open net. He scores. Ball State ties the game.
Alter just a great play right there. Looked like he was able to get the flip reset. We saw it's a little bit of that flip reset indicator now that they just recently added. I was able just to pop it over the defender even though he had no boost left in the tank.
Yeah, nothing left in the tank. Able to get that nice goal there. Going to tie the game. Pretty even game so far as well, but just going to try to fly it right into that Maryland net. Going to get blocked, though, as it's now on Maryland's side. Ball State going to try and capitalize here.
Yags are now able to take it into the corner. Has enough boost to work with. Runs out, though. Wasn't able to keep it going. Just fell behind the ball. Ultra now trying to pass it to Wova. Wova able to get the 50, but a good save coming out from Bog. Now in the corner with Yags trying to take control. Flips it off the wall. Able to get a bump as well as Ultra able to finish it off.
Yeah, Ball State finally has a lead in this game. They haven't really had a lead all game, but they get a nice setup for Altor there to take that 1-goal lead. But now their goal is to try to keep it. It's been a very even game so far. Let's see what they can do. Entering another kickoff here. Going to go on to Maryland's side. Well, we're going to try to follow it up, but it is going to be stopped by Burnt Waffle. Nice save from him. Altor looking to see what he can do. Boog going to take it away. Yags gets demoed as he tries to send it into the air. Gets it down to Altor, but just doesn't really have a nice angle on it. Going to send it into that corner. Well, we're going to see what he can do with it. He does have max boost. Not really able to get possession of the ball with those 2 Maryland cars there. Altor now has it. Going to send it to Wova. Nice team play from Ball State. Extends their lead.
Great play there from Altor. Able to take it off the wall. Able to get that mid boost as well and saw Wova perfectly floating there, ready up in the air and able to bury it in the back of the net. Great team play there coming out from your BSU Black team.
Yeah, very nice play from Ball State. Kind of getting rolling a little bit here after a bit of a slow start for them. They've kept it even, but now they want to try to extend their lead a little bit here. They have it on Maryland's side. Yag's going to set something up for Wova, but it is a save by Astro. Keeping it out of that Maryland net. Going to go maybe towards Ball State Black's side. Wova going to maybe send it over to Yags. Just takes the ball himself. Altor now in the air. Doesn't get to it in time. Astro takes it away. Going to send it down onto Ball State Black side. That net is wide open. Can Yags get there? He does. Altor, though, with an own goal. I'm pretty sure that is what we just witnessed to allow Maryland to score. Let's watch that one back. Ooh, maybe it wasn't Altor who hit it. Maybe it was Astro. It just was at such an angle where it looks like Altor got the bump on it.
Well, we got the kickoff. Ball State Black still in the lead, only up by 1 though. 1:30 left on the clock. Wova now able to take it off to the ceiling. Tries to find the backboard, isn't able to get the double. Sends it just wide with Yags there. Yags low on boost. He's going to have 33 now coming off of that demo. And right now Ball State has control. Wova trying to take it downfield, just sends it down with a boom into the corner from Yags. Yags tries to read his own shot and just to the right of the net, and Wova now trying to set it back up, puts it down in the middle, and it looks like he might have beat Altor to the ball. And Yags trying to get a redirect, but isn't able to do so. Now Maryland's going to try to slow the play down if they can.
Yeah, gets it a nice clear on the Ball State side. Wova is going to meet it in the air. Going to get it back over to Maryland's side. Boo going to be waiting there in that midfield. Going to try to set something up maybe, but just doesn't really have the help, doesn't have the boost to get anything done. It's going to head back over to Maryland's side as we have less than a minute in this game. Nice play from Altor. Ball State going to extend their lead once again.
Altor with a great shot off the wall, able to get one and is able just to angle the car beautifully and able to get that read off the back wall and able to double it into the net.
A nice 1-2 punch from Altor there. Now approaching 30 seconds left in the game. Ball State has a 2-goal lead. Nice kickoff from them to get it onto Maryland's side early there. Well, we're going to take it in the air. Altor going to maybe try and follow it up. He does so. Ball State has a 3-goal lead. 30 seconds left.
Another great play. Altor there with a little bit of a chain dash with the little boost that he had left in a tank. Wova wasn't able to get the read, but Altor was able to read it from all the way at midfield off that wall and parried it into that top right net.
Yep, now looking like this one is definitely going to go Ball State's way. I mean, 30 seconds left. Maryland would basically have to score 4 goals in 30 seconds to try to get a lead here. It is on Ball State's side early as Waffle tries to maybe get it in that net. Boog going to follow it up, almost scores. Very nice save from Wova there. But now with approaching 10 seconds left in the game, it's just not looking like Maryland is going to have a chance to take this game 1 here. And this is going to send Ball State into match point very early on here. That is one thing about these best of 3s is you lose one game and it's immediately a must-win situation, or you're going straight to that loser's bracket as Yag's going to keep it alive in the air. Altor going to score that one last-second goal, sending that score from 6-7 as the clock is going to hit 0, and that is going to be Ball State taking game 1.
A great play there right at the end from Yags. He ran out of boost, but it was still enough. The ball was off the ground. It just floated down, and Altor was there just waiting for basically his dinner to be delivered to him.
Basically, and that is going to be a pretty dominant win by Ball State. Had a bit of a slow start, you know, a little bit of an even game, kind of trading goals back and forth, but they ended up 4 goals. So they kind of just need to try and go and do that again. Astro with the perfect 3-3-3 score. That's kind of fun. But yeah, Altor with 6 goals in a game, a double hat trick from Altor. Kind of crazy from him. So now this puts Maryland in a pretty tough situation. They immediately have to win as we get some replay here. Great goal from Maryland. 2 really good goals from Maryland early on, but it would only be 1 more goal that they score in the game as Ball State manages to score 6 more goals from that moment on.
Yeah, Maryland had a decent start. They were able to kind of capitalize a bit. Honestly, at that point, I would almost say that BSU was kind of like figuring out the club and seeing how well they played and see if they can read how their play style was going to be. And to be honest, I think they read it perfectly.
Honestly, yeah, kind of looked like they weren't playing as aggressive as they normally do early on. They kind of read what Maryland was doing, the type of plays that they were trying to make, and responded to it. But now we are going to be entering game 2 here. So immediate match point for Ball State. They only need to win this 1 game to be moving on in their bracket. Maryland going to be playing to stay alive in this winner's bracket, or else they're going straight to the losers. Going to be a pretty rough start to their day. But of course they are being matched up against the 3 seed in this bracket to start their day off. On Maryland's side early on now, Waffle going to try to take it down, get it back over to Ball State's side. He manages to do so, but he is fighting Altor the whole way as Wola has a nice clear. That's going to roll right in. Ball State, 30 seconds in, 1 goal lead.
Great play. Altor is still able to get that 50, even though he was just hovering off the wall. Wolver with just a little enough boost was able to get up and just pushed it just enough to get it over Boggs, who was the last one back from Maryland.
Yep, and now Ball State with that 1 goal lead. Let's see if they can maybe try to extend there. On Maryland's side already early on, Yags maybe going to see if he can set something up from one of his teammates. A little bit high of the goal, but it is going to be sent back to Altor. Man with 6 goals to his name last game is going to go over to Ball State's side. Bog has a bit of an open net here. Yags is there. He is going to demo him, but Altor going to get there just in time for a bit of a save. Now Woba going to try and fly it across the map. Astro, or what I believe is actually Waffle, yes, contests the ball. Now he's going to try to get it back over to Maryland's side, but immediately Ball State keeping that pressure on.
Dude, right now Maryland hasn't even been able to pick up much boost. I think Bog is probably has the Maryland's player to have the most boost on the field right now, but that's to say that they all have enough and they're able to keep that pressure going. Wova tried to use all the boost that he had in the tank to get up to that It just wasn't quick enough. The net might be open, but a good block attempt coming out from Yags, but the 50 just goes Boggs' way, and Maryland now are able to tie it up with just over 3.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Maryland finally able to get something going there, finally just getting some boost. They've been really struggling to get boost this game. They finally get some boost to their name and managed to get a goal out of it. So they used their opportunity well there, but now they're going to have to try and continue to get that boost, get this momentum, playing against one of the most momentum-based programs in CRL in Ball State. On Maryland's side early on here, Waffle is going to get demoed, putting Ball State into a bit of a power play situation. Boog just gets destroyed out of the way. Ball State going to get another one on the board with Altor.
It was a good attempt from Astra to be able to try to clear it to the wall. I don't think he was ready to see his teammate just disintegrate right on the goal line. And then the net was just perfectly open for BSU to just bury it.
Yeah, pretty much nothing that Maryland could do there. 2 straight demos, just not allowing them to have any sort of defense, as already Wova with a shot on goal. Doesn't have quite the angle there, going to hit that crossbar. Now Altor going to have that ball in the air. Boog there and waiting to get that save. Wova's going to meet it once again midfield in the air. He has Yags there to help him out. Going to try and just get a touch on that ball now. Altor's turn to just keep it on Maryland's side. Looks like they might be able to get something done, but Ball State is just keeping up that pressure, keeping it on Maryland's side, not giving them any room to breathe.
Yeah, right now, Yags trying to take it off, able to try to pass it to himself. He's still able to get it to the mid, but the burnt Waffle able to clear it out with just the slightest touch. Good bounce, though, coming out from BSU, trying to pass it in. Wova almost able to bury it, but just a little wide. Right now, Maryland haven't really had any time to really get boost, and if they're able to, they just barely touch the boost pad and able to get it. But now, as I say that, Maryland able to take it down to BSU side of the field and trying to turn the tables.
Yeah, they get it on Ball State's side here, but Ball State has been pretty good with the defense today. Boog with some nice movement there, going to try to get it in that goal, but Yags is going to be there with the save, and now he's getting a nice clear field to try to walk it into that Maryland goal. It is going to be taken away by that Maryland car there. Still on their side, though. Yags going to just send it back down once again. Maybe we can see what Wova can do with that ball. Just doesn't really have the momentum or the angle or the clear net to get that one in. But Yags going to try to send it back over. Altor actually is the one who sent it back over to Maryland side into that corner. Low on boost, though. Doesn't really have the boost to do anything with it, as it is going to go over to Wova, who's going to send it back to Altor. Almost in. Is it going to go? It does. Ball State 3-1 lead in game 2.
Great play there coming out between Altor and Wova. Wova was able to get the 50, keeping it on that back wall, and then they just played leapfrog on the post and able to get it over. And Wova able to get that shot onto the post, and it just bounced right in.
Yeah, really, really great stuff from Ball State. They're up 3-1 now in this game 2 match point situation. 1 minute 30 left on that clock. Maryland still does have time, but Altor, textbook goal there from Ball State, up 4-1 now. Maryland running out of time here.
Wow. There's not too much that Maryland could do right there. The ball's up in the air. You don't really know who's going to go for it, but it was just a perfect passing play with Ball State right there, and able just to find that right side of the net where there was no defender whatsoever.
Yeah, really nothing that Maryland could do in that situation. Just a great scenario set up by Ball State. And now they're just going to keep it on Maryland's side. Looks like, as I say that, though, Maryland gets a nice clear all the way on that Ball State side there. But if Ball State has anything to say about it, they're just going to take that one right back over. Yeah, Maryland didn't really do much to try to keep that pressure up, as well as it does run out of boost. Gets that full boost pad, though. And Altor going to try to just send it right in. Boog is going to be there with the save. Yags, once again, trying something in that corner. Nothing really going to come of it once again. Now, looks like Altor going to try and keep it on Maryland's side, but Waffle is going to get some nice bit of free air, some free space to try to just get something going, but they have less than a minute now to try to score enough goals to tie the game.
Right there, we just saw Wova. He's trying to keep the ball going, even though he was at 0 boost. He was able to keep that chain dash to keep his momentum going. Maryland right now trying to keep the ball rolling, but they're not really able to get it off their side. They have a decent amount of boost, but they just haven't been able to find the right touches that they need to be able to keep the ball and able to send it back over, because Ball State is just taking the ball and controlling the entire game. They have 20 seconds remaining, and all they have to do is just hold them off. And Ball State looking to do exactly that here.
Yep, pretty much just a game of playing time. 10 seconds left now. Maryland might get another one in there. No. And now, as that 10-second timer comes out, Maryland is not going to have time to score enough goals here to send this one into an overtime. Looks like Ball State is going to go for their two. Actually, it's going to end on an own goal by Waffle. But 5-1 win for Ball State to take this series, and they move forward in the winner's bracket.
Great play there coming out from Ball State. I just saw him pull out there right at even in the first game, leading into the second game, they really were able to build off of that momentum and able to keep it going.
Yeah, honestly, it didn't really look like there was a moment where Ball State wasn't in control of those games. Ever since they sort of got their groove going in game one, they never really seemed to back down. As we have another hat trick from Altor as well. We get into some replay here. I don't know if it's confirmed who we are going to play next, but it's either going to be the UTA Fusion or the Owls. Who are the Owls? I don't know. See what I did there? I actually don't know. I actually don't know who the Owls are. I don't know if that's like a college or some sort of club team. I have no idea. But hey, we might play them next. Who knows? That is the way of CRL. Looks like George Mason Patriots move forward from a DSQ from the Vermont Catamounts. Same thing with Southeastern Oklahoma. They're going to move forward because of a DQ. And nothing else really decided yet. Boise State yet to play any Rocket League. But as George Mason is going to play LCU, it looks like, assuming that things go as planned, we're going to be playing George Mason in the winter semifinals. As long as we keep the momentum that we had in this game.
Oh, for sure. And I definitely think we can be able to keep it up, because even though at the beginning, like we saw in game one, Ball State, they were falling behind a little bit, but I think it was just them trying to figure out who they were playing up against, trying to figure out the club's play style. And as soon as they were able to figure that out, they were in control from that moment on.
Yeah, pretty much never was in doubt that it was going to be Ball State taking this series here. Ending with that own goal, unfortunately, from Waffle. But yeah, pretty dominant wins, both games from Ball State. And yeah, I think you saying that they were figuring them out, pretty definitely what was happening there. Only let them have one goal in the second game. That's pretty typical from Ball State. Game one, sometimes they let it look a little close in the beginning. Then they kind of figure out their opponent. And then game two looks pretty much, looks like they're absolutely unstoppable there. But now, we're just kind of waiting to figure out who we're going to play next. As you can see, we're looking at this bracket here that I was kind of going over a little bit. We're kind of just waiting on this Fusion and Owls game as to who we're going to see next in the bracket. George Mason's going to be playing LCU, which is not updated on the one on stream right now, but I can see it on mine. But yeah. Oh, looks like we are going to be playing the UTA Fusion. There we go. It is updated now. Looks like we're going to be playing the UTA Fusion. So now that we know who we're playing, that's a pretty good sign that we're going to be getting into game fairly soon here. And yeah, all signs point to us playing George Mason, which is, I believe, like the 2 seed in this bracket, us being the 3 seed. Of course, it is predicted that they will beat us here in the winner's semi. But of course, we have to beat UTA Fusion first. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, as George Mason also has to beat LCU. But the predicted outcome here is that it's going to be us versus George Mason in the semifinals. Sometimes you just got to be blunt. That's the prediction. That's everyone's prediction. So I'm going to talk like that's what's going to happen. So we'll see how Ball State can do here. It looks like George Mason's game is underway. Still waiting to get into our game, but yeah, good first game to start the day. It was entertaining, had some really good goals. Wasn't necessarily close, but hey, doesn't always have to be close. It can be fun to watch either way.
And this next game looks like it's going to be interesting because we're able to kind of look at
it's
how they
fun.
did. So, but it looks like UTA only won their games literally by 1 goal, and almost each game the other team just didn't score once.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to be interesting because that can mean those two teams are that even. So the Owls could also be, who knows how they really played. They could have just been a defensive game. Don't really know since we can't really see the full stats of it.
Yeah, and defensive games in Rocket League are some of the scariest games because like 1 goal can shift everything in a defensive game. So let's kind of see here what this UTA Fusion team is as we get in the game here.
Great start right here from Yags. UTA was able to get it onto the BSU side. They're starting to do it again, but a great carry. Ultor trying to take it around, able to get the 50 into the corner. Carry just barely missed it. Trying to take it around. Wova switching from the Finnick to the Octane here. Going off the wall, might be able to take it all the way, but just barely miss, and a good save coming out from UTA right there. Now Ultor trying to keep it going himself, passes it to Yags, does get a flip reset though, but isn't able to get the 50 into the net. And right now Wova trying to get it back, but UTA able to clear it out.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing some pretty good defense from UTA here. Ball State, once again, just trying to get in that net early on. That's something we do see them do a lot. But UTA playing very good defense right now. It is on their side still. Yags gets some boosts, but it is going to be sent into the air, going to be sent over to Ball State's side. Yags gets a demo onto Random there. Wova gets a nice clear back to Fusion's side. Ultor just didn't have quite the angle to get that ball in the net there. Unfortunately, Wova going to just send it back, but it is going to be taken away by Carey onto Ball State's side here. But it looks like Yags is going to be able to get that right back over to UTA's side.
He had a great attempt right there coming out from Yags. He was able to get the flip reset, tried to get it over, but wasn't able to get it. Wova trying to do the same there, tried to get that 50, but wasn't able to win it. And right now, UTA trying to keep control. Good 50 from Yags, does get beat though. Random runs out of boost. Wova now has control, is a little low in the boost department, goes for a musty. Trying to clear it down, is able to do so. Yags able to center it, but a good save coming out from Random, shy of the ball in front of their net. Trying not to really panic, but as I say that, they're both just caught in an awkward spot and the ball goes right in between them.
Yeah, this is just a textbook example of Ball State keeping up the pressure. Shot from Ultor, shot from Wova, shot from Yags. They just didn't really, kind of just exhausted UTA of their boost and then put them in that awkward situation. They didn't know what to do. They were just kind of stuck there lacking as Ball State going to take that 1-0 lead. Now 3 minutes left in the game here on UTA side. Once again, Yags just going to fly it in, set it up for Wova. After waiting 2 whole minutes to score a goal, they follow it up in about 10 seconds.
A great off-the-wall control there from Yags, able to take it, was able to get the flip reset, able to put it just out of reach of UTA, and Wova there, able just to absolutely bury it into the back of the net, catching UTA off guard and putting them 2-0 down with just under 3 minutes remaining now.
Yeah, stalemate off the kickoff, gonna lead to a UTA goal. So UTA not out of this one yet, manages to get on the board, only down 1 goal with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, just an unfortunate spot there right off the kickoff. Kickoffs can be just as sketchy as almost any other type of part in this game, because if you mess it up just in the slightest or somebody doesn't communicate right, it can really cost you a goal like it did right there. But Wova now with control, trying to get the 50, and it looks like UTA are going to be able to take it out of their side of the field.
Yep, gonna try to get back over to Ball State's side, and they do manage to do so. Ultor is gonna be there and waiting right above that net. Gonna try to get that transition over to UTA's side. Gonna be stopped in the midfield though by 2 UTA cars as Carey runs out of boost. Still on their side though. Wova gonna have it in the air. Maybe gonna try to set something up for Yags here, but it is gonna be taken away. Ball State going to do a good job to keep it on UTA's side. Phantom going to go up there and try to contest, but Wova just still keeping up this pressure here from Ball State. But finally, as I say that, Random gets a bit of a clear, only to be stopped once again midfield by Yags. A bit of a wide open net, but Carey is going to be there with the save. Wova just going to try and keep up that pressure, going to try to get another one on the board. Ultor going to follow it up, and finally, Ball State gets that other goal after multiple attempts.
Great aerial control there from Wova. He was able to take it up off the backboard, and 50 is the only defender that was back, and the ball just perfectly dropped right in front of the net for Ultor. He was able just to get there just in time and just finish it and just tap it into the net.
Yeah, great goal there by Ball State. On their side early, Yags gets that transition back over to UTA's side. Seeing what he can do, it is going to be taken away by Random. Wova going to try to get it in the air, but he misses the ball.
Ultor right now with control. Just missed that midfield boost, but Yags now with control, trying to take it down. Running a little low, able to get a 50 off the wall, but a good clear coming out from UTA, trying to take it down, but Ultor able to put it into the corner and get that boost. Trying to read the shot, and a good save coming out from Wova there. UTA running out of boost once again, not really able to keep a lot. They're keeping the pressure on, but when you run out of that boost, you're gonna start losing that pressure. Now as BSU starts turning the the field against UTA.
Yep. On UTA side, still here. Nice clear from Alator. No one there to defend, and Ball State going to get their 4th goal of the day. Game, not day.
A great play there from Ulta. Was able to get that read and just tapped it in from midfield. Able to get enough power on it just to beat the one, I think it was Random Shy, who was the closest one back there for UTA. But Ultor put enough power on it and kept it out of his reach.
Now on Ball State's side early once again, approaching that minute remaining mark. Get it back to UTA's side. UTA has a lot of work to do here and only a minute to do it. Needed scoring at least 3 goals to try to send this one into an overtime, and just not a lot of time to do it, especially with the defense that Ball State has been playing. UTA only having 1 goal to their name. They are going to get a decent clear now onto Ball State's side. Maybe going to have an opportunity to score. Also going to be there to contest it in the air now on Ball State's side. The action uses boost. Going to get up in that air. Going to get into UTA territory here. Now Alter going to go up in the air. Going to try to put that nail in the coffin for Ball State. Yags is going to follow up. Going to try to get that double tap, but he just doesn't have it. Alter follows it up. Ball State scores once again.
Great play there from Yags. He was able to put it on target. It bounced just a little too high, but he was just able to move fast enough, and Carey tried to go for the block on it, Altor, but in the process he ramped off of Yags and put him a little too high to save that ball.
Yeah, and now this game 1 is going to go Ball State's way. UTA just does not have that time, of course, to try to get themselves out of a 4-goal deficit, as that 10-second timer is going to go and count down. It is on Ball State's side. UTA maybe going to try to get one more thing on the board, but Yags is just going to take it away. It's going to hit the ground, and Ball State is going to take that 1-game lead in the series.
Indeed, right there. BSU, great start. Only 1 goal was able to slip in, and it was really just because of a little bit of confusion, it looked like, on Ball State's side there, right at that start of that kickoff. But ever since then, didn't see that same thing happen again. Ball State was able to figure it out and just literally didn't. I don't think UTA really had that many offensive attempts.
And Altor with another hat trick in this game 1 here. He has... They played 3 games, and he has 4 hat tricks because he had 2 in game 1. Crazy day for Altor, as well as this entire Black roster here to now take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 series. And that's why I just say these best of 3s are scary. I mean, now this UTA team is now basically playing to stay alive here in this winners bracket, and these best of 3s, they go fast. I know why they do it, but they're scary for the teams. Honestly, best of 3s are scary. That's why ESC, for our other ESC games, best of 3s are scary.
Well, they definitely are, because it's like you start off, you're doing okay, and then next thing you notice, you're down 1 and you're against the wall. You can't go anywhere else. If you lose this one, you're done.
Yeah, it's match point, and it's just not. I mean, obviously, it's just how it has to be, but it's just scary for some of these Rocket League teams here. But now Altor has that ball midfield, going to take it into the air. Random going to go up, try to contest it, but Altor going to send it over his head. Carey is going to be there to get control of that ball. Going to send it over to Ball State's side. Yag's going to meet it there in the corner. Has boost. Going to try to get it over to UTA's side, but Phantom is going to be there and waiting. Altor going to take it once again, trying to get it back to UTA's side, but UTA doing a great job of playing that midfield, trying to keep it on BSU's side. Nice clear, though, from Ball State. Going to get it onto UTA's side, but might just be sent right back.
Yeah, Wolverine was trying to get a touch on it, wasn't able to do so. Does get sent just a little wide, though, with Carey trying to get the touch on it. Phantom was trying to get the 50, trying to get it in front of BSU's net. Almost was able to do so, but the BSU defense wasn't allowing him. He actually now trying to get a slight touch, but might have been just enough. Went past the ball, let Wova take control, and was able to bump.
Great goal from Wova. They're going to watch that one back. Yeah, it's going to carry it over. Carey is going to get that. Going to take it away from Yags, but he just sets it right up for Wova, who sends it flying right past that UTA car. Ball State going to be on the board here a minute in. Yags going to do the very early demo onto Random. Wova going to send it over to UTA's side. Going to bump Random now out of the way. Phantom going to take control of that ball. He's going to be stopped by Altor, though. He's going to try to keep it on UTA's side. He's going to send it over to Yags to just carry there. Collects the boost as Yags runs out. Going to be sent over to that midfield. Now Altor going to be waiting on the ceiling with boost. He's going to send it down to Yags, who's going to send it into the corner. Now Wova going to be there and waiting in that midfield. Going to try to keep it on UTA's side. Altor going to be the one to send it back over. Now Wova going to drive it along the wall, see if he can get another one for Ball State, but it is just going to be sent away.
Yags right now able to get a double, tries to keep it going. It might just float in, but Random says otherwise. Ball State back on the offensive. They haven't really left the offensive, it looks like, as much. UTA, the only really breaks that they're giving themselves right now, they're just able to get those just banger of a clear all the way down the field, but in that process, they gave it right back to Ball State. And UTA kind of struggling on just being able to keep the ball longer than just a couple seconds at a time.
Yeah, this is a very common thing that Ball State likes to do. They like to play so offensive that you just exhaust the other team. Really not having any time to try to get any goals for yourself because you're just constantly playing defense here, as I move the whole table on accident. On Ball State's side here, though, this would be UTA's chance here to try to get on the board in this game too, but it is just going to be sent back over to UTA's side. Phantom going to meet it in that corner. Altor going to stop that shot from Carey. Wova going to meet him in the midfield. Bounces off the wall to Altor. It's just going to roll right in. 2-0 lead for Ball State Black.
The great play there from Wova. Was able to send it off the wall. Looked like he was trying to get a second touch, but Altor just in the perfect spot. All he had to do was hit his jump button, and he was able to pop it right over the only defender, and it just went right into the net.
Yeah, just nice setup there for Ball State Black. Nothing that UTA could have done here, and a nice kickoff for them as well. Going to go over to UTA side. Random is going to be there to take this ball into the air. Going to run out of boost in doing so, though. Now Altor going to try to take it midfield, but that net is open for Ball State Black, and Caribou is just going to be able to walk that one right in.
Great play right there. Altor is able to keep control, but he looked like he was trying to pass it to Yags right there, but Caribou was able to read it just perfectly and just sent it right into the net.
Yeah, and now Ball State going to be up 2-1 here. Another kickoff goes Ball State's way. Altor is just going to see maybe if he can capitalize off that strange kickoff, but he doesn't really have boost. But now Wova keeps it, and Ball State, kind of out of nowhere, going to go up 3-1 there. I don't even know what happened.
It's like Yags was able to put it in that corner, and it looked like Carey tried to get the clear on it, but Wova was just faster, had the boost that he needed to get to it, and he was just faster.
Yeah. Just kind of right through those two UTA cars. Didn't really have time to react. Now, once again, on UTA's side, early on here, Yags out of boost, going to be taken away by Carey. But Altor just there and waiting in that midfield, going to send it up to Wova. He's going to take it into that corner, trying to bounce it up to Altor, but nothing really going to come of it this time. Yags is demoed by Random. Now Phantom going to try and contest Wova for this ball. Altor is going to take it away. Gets the double tap. Goal. 4-1 for Ball State now with 1:30 left.
A great 50 there from Wova. Able to set up Altor just perfectly. Able to get that touch off the sidewall. Put it to the backboard on the left side of the net. And just your textbook double tap right there. Almost nothing else you can do in that moment.
Yeah, those are some of my favorite goals in Rocket League. The textbook double tap goals. Now on Ball State's side here, UTA is going to try to do something to try to get some momentum in their favor. But already, as I say that, it's back onto UTA's side. Well, we're just going to try to regroup here and take it back onto Ball State's side here. Now he's going to just sort of send it over to Yags. He's going to try to keep it back onto UTA's side. Less than a minute remaining now. UTA down 3 goals. Looking like they might be able to get on the board here. They are going to be able to do something, but what a save from Yags. I was almost certain that was a UTA goal. Looks like they are still going to have a chance to get on the board, but what a save once again from Altor, I believe. It was Yags. UTA, 2 chances to score there, and Ball State's defense just doesn't allow it to happen.
And Ball State already trying to get right back on that offensive instantly. There's almost nothing you can do. It's just the BSU black wall at this point. As many times we thought those goals were going perfectly in, and they just went, all of a sudden they were just gone.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, absolutely disappear as we approach that 10 seconds point in the game. This one is going to go Ball State's way once again. Great start to their day. 2 2-0 sweeps. But Caribou is going to get that goal there for UTA. Going to give them something to cheer for with 5 seconds left. A nice goal as well. Kind of just all 3 Ball State cars miss it.
I can't even tell who's typing in chat. It looked like Ultor was trying to get it clear out, keeping it away. I don't think he knew one of the UTA players was on the BSU side of the field. It didn't really matter in that moment. BSU able to get another 2-0 sweep against UTA.
And it looks like it, as predicted, we are going to be playing the George Mason Patriots, the 2 seed in this pool here. And this is definitely going to be Ball State's biggest challenge of the day. 2 players, each with 2 goals. Yags not getting on the board there. Carey having both the goals for UTA. As Ball State, another 2-0 sweep. Going to send them to the winners semifinal.
And great play, though, coming out. Yags wasn't really on the... We saw him doing a lot offensively. He got I think he had about 2 assists there by the end of the game, but he did have I think it's the savior tag, which is where they get 3 saves, because we saw him and Altor, and I think even Wolva got in on that saving action within the span of like 10 seconds or like the 3 shots that UTA put up. But BSU able to come out on top once again.
Yep, and now we're just kind of awaiting to get into our game with George Mason here. So this is definitely going to be the biggest challenge for Ball State, as Boise State still in their first game against CMU here. Looks like Boise State is up 1, only scoring 1 goal in their first game, which is kind of crazy. They're going to be playing at UNCG if they do manage to beat CMU. But yeah, now we're just kind of waiting to get into our game with George Mason. That is going to be Ball State's toughest game of the day. That was Bryce. That is going to be Ball State's toughest game of the day for sure. Kind of surprised me that Boise State is still in their first match here, but that's how brackets work out sometimes. Guess we can take a look at the losers bracket a little bit there. As you can see, just kind of waiting for that Owls-Bakers game to get over. It's actually no, it's not a rematch, but kind of funny. They're going to be playing, whoever wins that is going to be playing Maryland. Arkansas is going to move on from a DQ. So we do have the losers bracket filling up a little bit here. But yeah, we're just kind of waiting to get into our game. They kind of have to, get all the scores written down and stuff like that. Just sort of get everything figured out. And there we go. They are going to get that bracket updated as we are now moving on to play George Mason. So at least on my bracket, it's updated. There we go. Updated on stream for you guys now. So that basically means we're getting into game really soon here because the bracket has acknowledged that our game has started. Boise State is going to take down CMU as well. So yeah, let's see basically if this is the predicted outcome. This was predicted that Ball State would lose this match, so let's see if they can deny the haters and move on here in this winner's bracket to the winner's final. I believe this should be a best of 5. Yes, this is going to be a best of 5, so we do have a more normal format of Rocket League rather than best of 3s. Best of 3s with Rocket League, they just go by so fast.
Oh yeah, we just saw it there, lit it back to back, got those games done pretty quickly.
Like 20 minutes. 20 minutes each
if
game.
That,
like very, very quick games of Rocket League there. That's just best of 3s for you. Rocket League's a very fast-paced game. A minimum of like 5 minutes in a game. Sometimes like average Rocket League game, like just one game, not like a series, like one game, maybe like 7 minutes. They're not
7
very
to 8
long.
minutes. That's about the average.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, I'm just kind of waiting to get into that George Mason game. The George Mason Patriots. I know I've seen these guys before. I think we saw them in our previous qualifier. I know we saw Boise State. So yeah, I don't really know what's going to happen here. I know that they're predicted to beat us, but now a very, very quick jump into game here. And Altor, within 4 seconds, is going to get on the board. Yeah, the things are switched, but we will get that fixed.
And it was a great start. Literally within 4 seconds, kickoff goal happens even in the highest levels of Rocket League. You'll see a kickoff goal every now and then. I think the higher up in level you go, skill-wise and everything, it gets a little more rare, but it can still happen on occasions.
All right, so Ball State up, yes, early on here on the Patriots side once again. And Ball State just doing a pretty good job of keeping this pressure on. Alter going to take it from that midfield on the Patriots side once again. Maybe going to try to set something up for one of his teammates. Yeah, this guy's going to get control of that ball and get a demo memory there. Kinsey, that's how I'm going to say that one, gets that bump onto the ball. Yag's going to send it down to Altor. Yag's there and waiting. No one going to go for the ball. Proto decides he's the one that wants it. He's going to try to get it back over to Ball State's side.
Yeah. Well, right now, back in the Finnick, like we saw him in, I think, the first series that they played tonight. Right now, George Mason trying to get it out of their side of the field, not really able to do so. Trying to keep it going. Woven now on the back wall of BSU's side. George Mason able to keep the pressure on a bit more right now. Going to see how Ball State is able to adapt to that in this moment, but Altor able to get a good clear, able to give it over to Wova. Wova right now, it looks like he's able to get the demo and able to just literally put the ball perfectly in front of the net, and all Altor had to do was get there and just tap it in.
Yeah, and with this being a best of 5, of course, this is a very different situation. But Ball State starting this one off very, very well here. And what looks like it's going to be a bit more of a defensive game. It's good that they have this 2-0 lead here. So let's see if they can sort of keep this up. Also going to keep it on to George Mason's side, but Kinsey and Memory going to be there and waiting to try to keep control of that ball. Wova, though, from the midfield, as Kinsey does demo Altor. Tries to intercept that shot there, but just doesn't really have the angle to do so. Proto going to keep it on Ball State's side. Altor going to meet it above that top goal. Proto going to be there to intercept. Going to try to get on the board, but 2 Ball State cars were there on that defense.
Great defense coming out there from Ball State, indeed. Right now, looks like George Mason trying to get it out, but didn't find themselves back on their side of the field. Ball State is trying to turn that pressure back on to George Mason, but looks like George Mason might be able to turn it back on Ball State instead right now as the ball just goes perfectly into their net. I couldn't even tell which one of Ball State's players was there, but he was going in the other direction, and even when you try to flip in that moment, the momentum that you have is going in the other direction.
Yeah, Altor was there trying to get that defense, but he did get bumped as well by a Patriot car. So now Ball State only up 1 goal here, but that's still a very good start. Almost a bit of a scary situation there, as Altor is going to be there to try to carry that ball into the George Mason net, able to do so. Altor already with what I believe is a hat trick in the game once again. Ball State with a 2-goal lead, all approaching that halfway point in the game. Great start for them.
Especially right after that last goal, Altor is like, okay, hold on, let me cook real quick. He was able to take it and literally just took it off with himself, able to get that 50 right off rip. Was able just to barely get that 50 and able to tap it in. Right now, Wova with control. Looks like he's able to get that flipper set, trying to keep it going, runs out of boost, able to give it to Yags, but nobody else is there for Ball State. And George Mason able to clear it down the field, and now Ball State able to send it right back down to the opposite side. George Mason able to get the clear, and it looks like Ball State are back on the defensive.
Yep, George Mason once again getting it back onto Ball State's side, forcing them onto the defensive there. And Kinsey goes for that shot, but this is going to be saved by Altor and Wova. Great defense from Ball State so far this game. Memory going to try and get that shot on goal, but it's going to be another save. And Kinsey going to be there to get that goal for BSU Black. Kind of looked like it might have been a bit of an... Yeah, so it was Kinsey. He's going to send it in. And yeah, Yags kind of bumped it in there, unfortunately. So going to send the Patriots to a 1-goal deficit there, but 2 minutes of Rocket League left. Still a lot of Rocket League to be played by both teams.
Lead Proto right now up in the air with control. Does get sent right off of the screen by Ball State. Yags was able to get the 50, able to give it over to Wova. Wova back up to Yags, trying to pass it over to Altor. Great passing play coming out from Ball State, but it is just saved by Memory. Memory trying to clear it down, isn't able to do so. Met by Yags over to Altor on the wall. Might try to pass it over to Wova. Didn't get the power that he wanted in that moment. And Memory now with control for George Mason.
Yep, once again, Ball State on the defense. Memory going to send it over to Kinsey. Doesn't have quite the angle to get that ball in. Altor going to try to clear it over to the Patriots side. Going to try to get Ball State back on some offense here. Looks like they are going to be able to get it onto the Patriots side. Kinsey, though, has boost. Going to try to get a clear of his own. Ball State keeping it on the Patriots side, though. Memory once again just sending it back over to Ball State's side. Ball State playing that midfield, just trying to get some offense back in their favor. Having a minute left in the game now. Altor there and waiting in that midfield. Doing a good job keeping it on the Patriots side. Running out of boost, though, as he has 3 Patriot cars trying to fight him for that ball. Wova has it in the air, but just runs out of boost. Ball State just doesn't really have a lot of boost whenever they're on offense, and now it's just right back over to their side.
Indeed, right now, Ball State trying to get off their side. Yags, though, able to get a good booming and clear, able to send it down. Net by Memory, though. Yags, no boost. Wova trying to get a touch on it. Puts the ball in the danger zone, and a good double tap coming out from Kinsey. And the George Mason Patriots are able to tie us up with just under 30 seconds remaining, 3-3.
Yeah, Ball State had a really hot start, but the Patriots here have just found this offensive pressure, and Ball State is just constantly being forced onto defense. They're going to need to try and just break through this Patriot wall here and try to get back to scoring some goals. 20 seconds left in the game now, still on their side. Kinsey is going to be taken out there by Altor. Going to try to just get it back onto that Patriots side, but once again, just forced onto BSU's side. 10 seconds left now. If Ball State can score here, Proto going to get that save, though. Looking like we might be seeing overtime here. It is on the Patriots side. 1 second left. Wova going to have it in the air. Maybe he can get that ball in, but George Mason just going to ground it, and now we have our first overtime of the day. Next goal wins.
Right now, it looks like it's going to be the George Mason Patriots on that offensive, trying to get it in. A good save coming out from Wova, able to send it down to the Patriots side. Wova now with control, able to get it towards mid, tries to get the bump. Altor almost able to get the 50, taps it back down. Yags trying to get a touch, but just barely missed it. Came in too early. It looks like he's going to try to pass it back to Wova. Does get out 50. It is going to be going wide, though. Altor now trying to get a little bit of a redirect, puts it towards the wall. Memory able to get the shot, able to put it towards the backboard. Ball dropping right in front of the net, but a good save coming out from Wova as the Patriots are keeping that pressure on and not really giving Ball State much time to really breathe or even get it off their side.
Yeah, really on Ball State's side right now. They're going to try to find a way to just get this ball out of there, try to get some offensive momentum here for Ball State. Still on their side, but they are going to get a bit of a decent clear. Kinsey is going to be there and waiting in the midfield. Wova going to meet him there, using all his boost to do so, but he's going to get a nice refill on boost. It is on the Patriots side. Can Wova get that shot? Going to try and pass it to himself. He just doesn't have the angle, though, and that looks like Proto's going to be able to use that to get that ball back over to Ball State's side as they demo Yags as well. Proto has the ball, but it is going to be disrupted by Altor, who's going to send it over to Yags. He is low on boost, gets a bit of a refill. Memory going to take it away from him, send it once again back over to Ball State's side. They demo, and Memory's going to get the goal. Patriots are going to take game one.
Great play there coming out from the Patriots. It was just a demo, it looked like, able to clear out the net from Ball State's side. I mean, first game against the George Mason Patriots, we went to overtime. We might be in for a good game here.
Yeah, we might be in a very good game. In for a very, very good game here. Altor once again with a hat trick. He's just loving that tonight. But yeah, I think Ball State's kind of problem there is they could just not get this. They could not get any room to sort of try and score goals, and saying that they had 3 goals, but they were just playing so much defense that they really didn't have time to do anything.
Yeah, they had a little good start there at the beginning, and then all of a sudden it's like the Patriots didn't give them any room to breathe, and any moment that they had to breathe, all they could do was just send the ball back down over to the Patriots side and so that they can get a little bit of a break, and then almost instantly they find themselves right back on that defense.
Yeah, as we look at some replay here, Ball State, had that very good start, scoring a goal within a second, once again scoring another goal. But then kind of from that moment, the goals became rarer and rarer, having only 1 more goal in the game from that point. And pretty much it was just the Patriots all day. Didn't really have any sign of slowing down. we're just kind of forcing Ball State onto that defense there. Something that we see Ball State do a lot. As we enter game 2, can Ball State respond? Of course, this is a best of 5. We're not at match point here. Once again, on Ball State's side early, Kinsey going to try to send it in. Altor going to stop him. Proto going to try to be there at midfield. He's going to send it over to Memory, who's going to get a decent clear onto that Ball State Black side. Going to go into the corner. Kinsey keeping the momentum up, but he does miss that ball there. Wovelo on boost, going to try to send it over, but he just doesn't have the time. It's going to go down to Memory, who's going to send it over to Proto. Keeping it on Ball State's side. Kinsey going to have control of that ball. It's going to be taken away by Yags, and Proto is going to send it in. The Patriots are going to have an early lead.
Great play there coming out from Kinsey. Tried to get it towards mid and was able to do so, and Proto was able to get there just in time and was able to beat out, I think it might have been Yags that was in the net at that moment. I was able to get the Patriots the early lead here with just over 30 seconds passing by.
Yeah, 30 seconds passing in the game here, and they have that 1-0 lead. Very similar to what we saw from Ball State this time, and once again, they're keeping it on Ball State's side so well. Altor maybe finally getting a chance to relieve some of that pressure, gets it onto the Patriots side. Yeah, he's going to try and do his work to keep it there, but it's just going to go right back over there. Altor going to try to keep it in that midfield. Altor carrying it through, or Memory carrying it through the air though onto Ball State Black side. Yag's going to try and send it over, but the Patriots just keeping the pressure on. Kinsey going to try to go for a shot. All 3 Ball State cars miss it, and Kinsey going to send the Patriots up 2-0.
A great play. It kind of just looked like you had Altor and Wovo on the backboard. Altor was the closest one, tried to get a read, but the shot was just a little too strong. On the Ball State wasn't able to get down to the ball in time, and the Patriots now take a 2-goal lead.
A 2-goal lead for the Patriots here on their side once again, but they're just going to use it. They're just going to get a straight clear onto Ball State's side. Ball State just really not having a lot of room to breathe. 3 minutes 30 left in the game, still on their side. Yags just doesn't have any boost. Altor does, but can't get anywhere near the ball. Kinsey going to try and set something up here maybe for Memory, but Altor is going to bump him out of the way. That might give an opportunity for Ball State to try to get some momentum going here.
Yeah, right now, Patriots able to get a good clear, but Altor was able to keep the ball out of their net as another shot comes in. And Ball State back on the defensive, not really able to find themselves in a good spot. A good save though coming out from Altor, was able to get down with a 0 boost, but Memory able to be there and just able to finish it into the back of the net.
Yeah, once again, we're just seeing Ball State struggling to get any offense going. They're just being forced to play defense and just being exhausted of their boosts. They just can't defend for that long, and they can't get anything going on the Patriots side here. Altor going to send it into that corner, and maybe going to get on the board early on for that possession. So Ball State Black is going to be able to get on the board here very fast after that kickoff. Just kind of caught the Patriots off guard. And yeah, Ball State going to be on the board.
Honestly, right now for Ball State, that could be a good strategy for them, trying to go for those immediate attacks right off a kickoff. Because it just worked out there. Patriots are still like kind of getting everything together, and all of a sudden the ball was in their net. So it might be the strat for them here.
Yeah, they just didn't really have time to react to that. I don't know if they really expected it. Looks like Proto is going to get it onto Ball State Black's side. Kinsey going to go for that goal there. Proto going to try and follow it up, but he just doesn't really have the ability to get up there. Memory is going to send it back over to the Patriots side who has Proto there and waiting. Runs out of boost though. Kinsey going to keep it on Ball State's side. Going to follow it up as well. Goes for the double tap. Doesn't really get the angle that he wanted. Wovo tries to go up and contest that ball, but it's going to be taken away by Proto. And now Memory there waiting in the backfield. Going to send it up for Proto, who's going to send it right in. The Patriots are going to take that 4-1 lead.
And it was a great 50 coming out from Proto, just able to set him up perfectly. And again, Ball State in that defensive side where they can't really get rid of the ball at all. And the moment that they did, it just, there's nothing they could really do. And the pressure coming out from the Patriots has just been absolutely astonishing. Not really giving BSU that space that they need to be able to work and even take the ball past their side of the field. Any touch that Ball State's getting right now just immediately gets met by one of the Patriots players. Another shot opportunity coming in. Does get sent wide. Yags is going to be able to try to clear it. Was low on boost. A good touch from Memory. And a shot coming in from Kinsey. I think he was in the midfield and was able to get a good redirect.
Yeah, and this one is just really tough for Ball State right now. Kinsey just, nice redirect in that midfield. Going to send it right into Ball State's net. So now down 4 goals, a little less than 2 minutes remaining in the game. It's going to be a little hard for them to try and come back out for this one. So it looks like they are probably going to be going into next game here down 2-0 in the series. So basically only option to win is to pull off the reverse sweep and win 3 games in a row. Not impossible, but it's going to be a tough situation as it's just still on Ball State's side. They just can't get that ball away. George Mason just constantly forcing it on. They're gonna get another one because Ball State is just being forced to overextend to try to get something going for them, and they're being forced to leave the net basically wide open.
Yeah, there was nothing they could do right there. Wovo looked like he was the last one back, but as we saw in that little circle by his name, he was out of boost. So even if he was near the ball, I don't think he was going to be able to get the height that he needed for it. Good kickoff, though, coming out from Ball State. But as I say that, immediately turned back around, and the Patriots now have the Brazil leading 7-1.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not really anything Ball State could do. Just immediately flips the kickoff for the Patriots and capitalizes on it with a goal. So now down 6 goals as the Patriots have 7 to their name. Ball State, though, going to get it onto the Patriots side early here. Alter going to try and send that one in after a setup from Wova, but all 3 Patriots cars are there on that defense, and Yags just has no boost now, and it's back onto Ball State's side. Wova is going to be able to get some boost. Maybe going to try to, but he's going to have to use it to defend as well, as Altor is now out of boost. Wova just going to try and keep that ball out of the net. Yags going to send it away. Wova's going to be there on that defense. Remember, going to have it in the air now. Going to maybe try and send it down, but it's going to be taken away by Ball State, who's going to get it onto George Mason's side for a little bit here. A nice clear into the corner. Alter seeing what he can do. Maybe going to try and just get another thing going for Ball State here. Going to try to get them some momentum going into the next game, but Proto, even though he's out of boost, is just going to take it away from him. Remember, going to be there and waiting in that midfield as well to get it back on the Ball State side as that 10-second timer is going to come out. This one is going to go the way of the Patriots as they get that last second nail in the coffin goal to go up 8-1 in the series.
Yeah, great play coming out from Memory here. I started to notice that he had the alpha boost there, especially in the first game. But able to get that read off the ceiling and able to get that flipper set and just popped it right over Ball State's head. And I'm like, if you're in the goal and you see that new indicator now, there's almost nothing you can do. You almost have to completely predict that movement before he even takes off in the first place.
Yeah, and now Ball State going to go down 2 in the series. So that would make it that George Mason is at match point, and they only need to win 1 more game to move on. I just want to see, hypothetically, of course, if Ball State were to lose this, where they would go. They would go straight to the losers quarterfinal, which means we would have to wait a little bit. So let's see. I mean, of course, it's not over, but I mean, you know, it is match point. They do have to pull off a reverse sweep in order to move on in the winners. It'd be a lot to ask for them to do that, as we get some replay here. Just a very good game from the Patriots. Kind of just doing what Ball State likes to do. Kind of the way to win Rocket League is just absolutely force the other team into defense and not allow them to do anything.
Yeah, and we can see in a lot of these replays, we see at least almost more than 2 players from Ball State just on that backboard. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to get that read, because especially at this level, you're going to see a lot more players trying to go for that double tap, trying to go off that backboard. But even in that moment, Ball State trying to read it, and a majority of the time, they were also getting boost starved. So in that moment, even if you're on the backboard or in the net, there's not too much you can do. Right now, Ball State had a little bit of a moment to breathe, trying to see if they can figure something out here to try to turn the tables on it. But the Patriots right now might just try to keep that momentum going that they just had in that last game.
Yeah, that's kind of going to be their goal here. Just try to do that same exact thing again. Altor is going to have it on the Patriots side early here. Going to try to maybe send it over to Yags as he does run out of boost. Well, we're going to try to keep it over there, but it looks like Memory is going to get that nice clear as Altor is bumped. It's going to be on to Ball State's side now. Altor running out of boost. He's just going to try to relieve some of that pressure as he is demoed. Back onto the Patriots side, though, but it's just Yags all alone. Memory going to try to carry it over there. Well, we're going to be there and waiting, but Kinsey going to deflect it from him. Yags going to try to take it. He's going to send it down to Altor. He's going to get it onto the Patriots side here. Maybe Ball State going to try and capitalize, get a bit of an early goal. It's been on the Patriots side for more this game than maybe it was last game. So let's see if they can capitalize on it. No, Kinsey just going to get a nice clear back over to Ball State's side as Altor kind of waiting in that corner. Going to fly it over. Maybe going to try to fly it in on his own. No, Memory is going to be there with that save. Kind of expected outcome as Pronto now has it in the air. He's going to send it down to Kinsey. He's going to send it over to Memory. Well, we're going to try to take it from him, though. And now they have it on Ball State's side. Let's see how the Patriots handle this one.
And right now, they're able to keep that pressure going, but a good save coming out from Yags. Just came from behind and was able to get that beautiful save, just appearing out of nowhere for the Patriots and able to save it basically from behind. Able to send it off that backboard. Remember right now, trying to send it back down the field, is able to do so. Met by Altor. Altor able to pop it back up. Might try to go for a little bit of a bump here. He's able to get it, but Proto is right there as well. Yags taking a shot at it. He's able to find the top shelf of the net.
So Ball State are going to be able to have a lead here 2 minutes in. So finally just able to find a crack in the Patriots wall. Let's see if they can sort of keep that up. They did a good job of sort of not letting the Patriots just force it onto their side for a majority of the game. Looks like they are going to be able to get it onto the Patriots side for a little bit here as Kinsey is going to go and try to get that clear. But Wova is going to send it down into that Patriot corner. Remember, going to send it over to Kinsey, though, who's going to try to get the Patriots on the board here. Wova going to be there to send it down, but Proto is going to take it away from him. Also going to go into that corner to try to maintain control of that ball for Ball State. But Memory going to fly, bump Yags out of the air. And now the Patriots really doing a good job of keeping it on the Ball State side. Memory going to be waiting in that midfield as usual. Going to try to go for the score, but Wova is going to be there with a nice save. Kinsey out of boost, going to send it down to Proto. Going to try to get on the board. Memory going to follow it up, but nothing comes of it.
Right now, Ball State trying to get it back off of their side right now, but haven't really had much time to breathe. Are able to do so, but now, as I say, that Altor now has control, has the boost, able to get the flip percent, tries to go for the muskie off the backboard, trying to set up. I think it might have been Yags, but Yags was just a little too far back, able to give it over to Yova in the corner. Good save from Altor. Right now, Yags trying to get control, low on boost, was able to get the 57, sending it down. Wova with control, just barely missed. He might have run out of boost as he was up in the air. Good bump, though, coming out from Yags. Able to slow it down. A 50 going in front of the net could be dangerous. Yags, though, able to send it into the corner, able to get that 100 boost, and now has control, trying to dribble it down the field. Gets the flip reset, able to get the 52. Tries to get the second one, is able to get it just a little bit, but it does stay in the corner. And now Memory with control for the Patriots.
Yep, going to take it over to Ball State's side. Has a lot of boost. Yags with no boosts tries to just send it back over to the Patriots. Altor going to take it and get it over there, but Memory going to be there and waiting, of course, with boost as well to try to respond with a clear and rotate of his own. Manages to get it back over to Ball State side. Of course, the Patriots not on the board yet in this game with a minute left. A much more defensive game, this one, from both sides, as the Patriots really haven't been able to score at all, as Altor are going to try and get it over there. But it looks like Kinsey is going to be able to keep it on Ball State's side. Not able to walk it in just yet, though. Memory out of boost. Proto has 30, sends it into the air. Well, we're going to meet it there and just try to carry it over to that Patriot side. Able to do so. Yags is going to follow it up, but Kinsey there just in time for the save, as now he's going to bring it back over to Ball State's side.
And Proto right now with control, tried to tap it in, but met by Wova. Able to give it over to Yags. Yags tries to send it to the wall, met by Memory. Able to send it just left of the net. Took a little bit of a I would say a funky bounce there off that corner, but Proto able just to follow it and float with the ball down into the front of the net, and now we are tied 1-1.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Ball State, to be leading this whole time, and now with 17 seconds left, they've tied the game. That is what's scary about these defensive battles is this whole time, Ball State's had the lead for most of the game, and now all of a sudden the Patriots get one goal and it's tied, looking like it's going to be going to overtime now, our second overtime of the series, and overtime is just not what Ball State wants. One goal and the Patriots win it. Looks like they are going to let it go into overtime, though. And yep, 1-1 overtime. Let's see if Ball State can try to get on the board here in the series. Of course, the ball's not in the air. That's a bug that happens sometimes where it just starts the airtime counter. But anyway, let's see if Ball State can try to get one on the board here in this series. They do have it on the Patriots side. Yags does run out of boost, and Kinsey is going to take it away. Wova, though, going to take it away from him, and now it's just scrapping for the ball. All three Patriot cars, as well as Ball State, Alter are going to try to set something up. Yags going to send it back into the corner, but it looks like the Patriots are going to try and get control of this ball here and get it back onto Ball State's side.
Memory had control for the Patriots there, but was running out of boost. Wasn't able to keep it going. Good 50 coming out from Wolva, but is immediately met by one of the Patriots. Yags now able to give it over to Wolva. Wolva sitting it down the field, but met by Memory. Memory able to send it back to the wall, met by Altor. Ball's in front of the net in a dangerous spot, but Yags able to get the save. Ball back in a dangerous spot. Ball State players kind of on top of one another, trying to get out of the way so they can get to the ball. But Yags now with control, does have 0 boost, and Kinsey able to take that corner, putting Yags in an interesting spot with no boost really to work with here. But Wolva with control. Wolva might be able to find the net, but is blocked by Memory. Memory sends it down the field and trying to find Kinsey in the process, but the ball gets sent up, and another great save coming out from Yags. And Ball State now trying to get it off of their side, and it looks like they're about to do so. Yeah,
Ball State in a sketchy situation, but looks like they are going to be able to get that ball off of their side, onto the Patriots side. Wova has it, going to be fighting for it with Proto. Yags is going to send it down. Kinsey is going to be there. They are going to get that demo onto Kinsey, though, but it looks like the Patriots are going to be able to get it back over to Ball State's side. Wova going to send it down to the ground over to Altor, who's going to try to get that rotate onto the Patriot side. He does get it over there, but Memory is going to be there on that defense, and he's going to take out Yags. Altor keeping it on the Patriot side, though. Going to be in a fight with Proto. He's going to try to set it up for Wova, but he was busy fighting Kinsey. Yags going to send it into that Patriot corner. Is going to demo Proto. Going to have Wova there for assistance as well. Looks like Kinsey is going to take that ball away, but Altor going to be there to keep it on the Patriot side. He's going to set it up for Yags. Ball State's going to score, and they are going to get on the board here in the series.
A great play there coming out from Altor. Is able to get up, able to get that 50, just perfectly drop the ball right down. And all Yags had to do was just literally keep the ball on the ground, because both of the defenders for the Patriots in that moment were on the backboard. And that's when Yags saw that and knew all he had to do was just tap it into the lower shelf, and that's exactly what he did. And now Ball State able to take one game away.
Yeah, Ball State going to get on the board here. The reverse sweep is possible. It is possible. Looks like he's going to be scoring both the goals for Ball State as well. So a great game from him. Yeah, basically, this is every game now is a must-win for Ball State to stay in this winner's bracket. George Mason does definitely have the advantage, but Ball State able to claw one out and get on the board here. So let's see if they can maybe keep that up, try to pull off the unthinkable reverse sweep.
Yeah, we're getting ready to jump here into game 4. I wonder if we're going to see another defensive game like that last one, because I think Ball State, they had 11 saves that last game as compared to the 5 saves that the Patriots had. But that also shows how offensive the Patriots still were, even though it was a low-scoring game.
Yeah, very low-scoring game from both sides. But yeah, these defensive battles are very scary, and Ball State managed to pull one out and get that defensive battle win. Of course, the airtime timer is broken. Just ignore that. It is on Ball State's side here. Probably going to send it over to Kinsey. He's going to send it down to Memory, but Alter going to try to get control of that ball. Has the boost. Gonna maybe get sent over, but it is going to be taken away from him. We're going to try to have it in that corner, but Proto is going to get that nice clear. Kinsey is going to follow it up, but Yags is going to be there with a save. Going to keep the score at 0-0.
All right, now Ball State able to get a good clear. Wolva does get bumped. He also gets demoed from behind from Memory. Memory was still on Ball State side. Yags right now trying to slow it down, able to try to give Wolva that time to spawn back in so they have at least one person back. But a good defense coming out from Altor, able to get that 50, but going to be immediately met by Proto. Altor trying to send it to the far side, able to do so. Was trying to get an extra touch. Yags does get demoed in the process. Good save coming out from Wolva. Sends it towards midfield. Altor with a good touch, but a great save coming out from Proto. Able to send it just off the post. And Memory able to get the flick. Trying to give it over. Able to give it over to Yags now. Able to put it in the corner. Another demo comes out. And Wolva with control has only 15 boost to work with. Able to get that 50, but I don't think Altor was ready for the speed that came out from that pinch.
Yeah, and once again, it looks like we are heading towards a very defensive-based game. 2 minutes in, not a single goal. Proto going to get it onto Ball State's side, but it's going to lose control of that ball. Memory is going to be there to try to regain it for the Patriots, but Ball State playing some good defense right now as Kinsey goes for the shot. Yags and Altor going to be there on the save. Memory goes for another one, but a great save from Ball State again, as Altor now going to try to carry it over to that Patriots side. It is going to be there and intercepted by Proto, who's going to go for a nice redirect shot, but is going to be blocked by Altor. He's going to get a nice clear onto the Patriots side. Memory and Ball State kind of scrapping over that ball there, fighting for possession. Still on the Patriots side, though. Yag's going to just send it into that corner, but Memory is going to be there to try to disrupt that and take it away. Altor doing a good job of keeping it onto the Patriots side. Yags as well. He's going to send it into the air. Altor going to sort of back up, let Wolva take it. Going to send it into the corner. He is going to run out of boosts. But now Altor there with the ball as well. Going to try to get the double tap, send it down to Yags, and Ball State is going to get on the board here.
Great play there coming out from Altor. Able to get the 50 and able to get the air dribble. Able to try to go for a double, but it just perfectly put the ball off the backboard and dropping in front of the net. And Yags is able to get there just in time and able to give Ball State that lead with just under half the game remaining.
Yeah, now Proto going to fly into the air with that ball. Now the Patriots kind of in a sketchy situation. Of course, we've talked about it with these defensive games that right now Ball State kind of has that late game lead, but the Patriots just with any sort of break into the wall of Ball State right now can tie up that game and then probably going to be going for another overtime if that is what happens. The Patriots, though, do get on the board, just as I was saying, that it puts Ball State in a sketchy situation. However, this time they have a little bit more time to try to get their lead back.
Yeah, great play, though, coming out from the Patriots right there. A ground pinch coming out from Proto just wide of the net. I think it was Kinsey who was able to finish it off because it caught Ball State off guard. But right now, a good kickoff coming out from Ball State, able to come out on top. Ball does go to their side, an immediate shot attempt coming out from Altor. But the Patriots are now trying to get it off of their side. Looks like they're going to be able to do so. Wobo, though, able to get a read, almost able to take a shot instantly. Memory right now with control. Just barely, it didn't have enough boost to keep it going. Was able to get the flip reset. Trying to send it down. It's going to be met by Wolva. Kinsey trying to go up in time. Wasn't able to beat Wolva in the process. Proto able to take the ball towards the wall. Met by Yags. Yags runs out of boost. Wasn't able to keep up and able to get the 50. And Memory able to get a good clear. Kinsey able to send it off the backboard. And Memory right in front of the net. And able to give the Patriots their lead now.
Yeah, great play by the Patriots. They are going to score 2 goals really fast. Going to take that lead. So Ball State now, like I said, these defensive battles can be scary because now they're all of a sudden at a deficit and now desperate to score a goal here. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that. Kinsey going to send it onto Ball State Black's side very early. Wolva, though, going to get a nice run over to the Patriots side. Yags is going to have it in the air. Proto is going to be the challenge. He's going to send it back over to Ball State's side. Yags with the demo onto Kinsey as well, kind of giving Ball State a bit of a power play situation, but they just need to get the ball out of their goal and into that Patriot net because they need to at least tie the game here. I mean, they are in a very sketchy position with approaching 30 seconds left at match point down a goal. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that on the Patriots side. So they're off to a very good start. Well, we're going to send it over, but it is going to be saved by Proto there, who's going to get that nice clear now. Onto Ball State Black's side, the Patriots are going to rotate over. Going to be full offensive to try to get that insurance goal in their favor. 15 seconds now, they are going to get that goal that I was just talking about, and that is going to probably seal the deal for the Patriots here.
Yeah, it was just a good passing play coming out between Memory and Kinsey right there. Not too much Ball State could have done in that moment. They do still have 15 seconds, but that is a very tight window for them to get any goals. But Wolva right now might be able to do so, sending it towards the backboard, but Memory able to get the clear, putting it towards the wall. Altor just barely missed it, and it might be another net, and that right there might definitely put the nail in the coffin for Ball State's upper bracket run right now with a minute, with 1 second to go. And the Patriots are now up 4-1.
Yeah, that is going to send Ball State down to the losers quarterfinals, where we might have a lot of time to wait here. As looks like we need at least a few games of Rocket League to get done here before we can get back to Ball State Black. But, you know, not a bad series from Ball State, but George Mason, you know, very good team, very good defense, very good offense. Just kind of forcing Ball State to not be able to score a lot of goals. And that's, when it comes down to it, here's my expert analysis. In order to win Rocket League, you have to score goals.
Exactly.
But yeah, just great defense from the Patriots. And then when Ball State kind of started clawing back, they sort of locked in. They got those 2 goals when they needed to, which allowed them to take the series win there 3-1. And now they are going to play what is likely Boise State in the winners finals, and Ball State is going to be sent to wait in the losers quarter. So we might be going to a break. Let me see. Okay. In a second. But yeah, basically not a very bad game from Ball State, really. George Mason, of course, a very good team. So kind of puts a bit of a nail in our day. We have the losers quarterfinal, but I think that we sweep through that pretty easy there, but we do have a little bit to wait before we get that. So we are going to send it to a little bit of a break, but don't go anywhere because we have plenty of more Rocket League to show you guys. So we'll be back in a few minutes and you'll be watching Ball State Rocket League once again. CRL, after a little bit of a break, we are very quickly going to be getting into Ball State Black versus York University. So, really fast recap of what's been going on because we're going to get in the game really soon. So, we started off the day 2-0, didn't drop a game, but then we faced the George Mason Patriots in the winner semifinals, and we lost 1-3. So now we have moved down to the losers quarterfinals, where we're going to be playing York University in what I believe is a best of 3, right? Or best of 5.
It might be a best of 5.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. So that's, I'm assuming it's a best of 5. So probably playing them in a best of 5. And basically, how this is going to work. Rest of the day, we're going to be playing a maximum of 4 more games. A maximum of 4. That's if we go all the way and lose or go all the way and win. We're going to be playing a maximum of 4. But if we lose any games up until the grand finals, which would be the last game anyway, we're done for the night. So that's a little bit of a recap. But here we are into game. York University versus Ball State Black. Great kickoff from Altor already there. But I want to say Nick Stroh gets control back of the ball for York University. Going to get it onto Ball State Black's side. Altor going to try to contest there. But looks like Bosco going to just kind of take it through that corner there. Going to maybe try to set something up for York. But Altor, as Bosco runs out of boost, is going to kind of bring it back over to Yorktown's side as Nick Stroh going to try and get it back over. But it looks like Wova going to do a good job of keeping it over there.
And right now, Altor able to get back up, gets blocked though by next door. Right now, Steve able to take it, trying to take it all the way, but he gets blocked by Yags. A good 50 coming out, does get sent into the opposing corner. Bosco he tries to keep it going, but met by Wova. Wova now able to give it to Altor. Tries to take it, another good 50. Yags trying to come in, able to finish it off, but does get sent to the far corner. Wova tries to get the 50, gets outdone. Ball does go down over to Ball State side. It gets sent up. Altor able to take it up. Does beat one, but gets bumped in the process. Yags now with control for Ball State. Tries to get the double, isn't able to do so, but Wova able to get a good play from the pass of Yags and able to send it to the far left.
Yeah, pretty quick start to the game there. A little over a minute in, and Ball State manages to get on the board with Wova from that pass by Yags. So Ball State up kind of early on here. Let's see if they can keep that going as we get another kickoff here. Steve Once going to get it on to that Ball State side. Altor going to try to take it away from him, but Bosco flying from across the field going to bump that ball onto that Ball State Black side. But now Yags got himself some nice clear air. Going to try to get it onto that York side, but Bosco going to be there with the disrupt. But a great redirect by Wova is going to send it straight into that goal. Ball State's going to bring it up 2-0.
Great play from Wova. It was actually a pinch between the two of them, able to send it in the top left. Even if there was somebody in net, you would only be able to swishy save that. And even then, it'd be pretty hard to get it out of there. And Ball State able to go 2-0 up.
Yep, now back on the Ball State side early on here. Looks like Wova is going to be there, though, to be able to try to get that nice clear on York University's side. Bosco going to be there to stop that momentum. But we're going to bounce it off the wall over to Yags, but the pass is going to be intercepted and sent out into the air there. But Ball State going to keep it onto York's side here. Kind of very far apart, kind of bounces it off the wall. Knicks are going to try to use that to get possession of the ball. Bosco bumping that Ball State car, Altor out of the way there. Altor going to try to kind of take it through the air, but he does run out of boost. Knicks are going to get it back onto Ball State side. Yags out of boost as well, but he's going to get it away from that Ball State net. Now Altor with his boost is going to try to get up in that air and sort of get that ball into Ball State's hand. Yags once again using all his boost just to try to keep Ball State's possession of that ball. Bosco is going to meet at midfield. He's going to try to get something going here for York, but looks like Ball State is going to be able to just get it right back over to York University's side. But as I say that, Nick Stroh is there and waiting.
Right now, York U trying to get it up. They're able to send to the backboard, but met by Yags. Yags now trying to keep control, but went a little too far over. Altor able to get up. Yags tries to get a little bit of a redirect, wasn't able to hit the ball in time. Bosco sends it to the backboard. Steve able to go up, does get put to the side by Yags. Bosco sent it to the far side of the field, met by Nextro. Nextro with a nice little redirect. Wova, though, able to get up in time, sending it to the backboard and able to clear it over to the right, met by Yags. Yags wasn't able to get enough power on the touch for the clear. Now Altor able to give it over to Wova. Wova trying to keep it going, doesn't have enough boost to work with. Yags able to get the 50. A little bit of an awkward spot for York U, but they're able to get it around the Ball State team. Ultor trying to keep it going, hitting it towards his own net, but able to pass it to Wolva. Able to get that 100 boost, tries to get it back out, but it's blocked, and Yags might be trying to pass it here to Wolva on the wall. Wolva now trying to take control, might go for the 50, able to get the dunk, but sends it wide. And York U now have possession once again.
Yep, York U regaining possession of that ball. Nixtro looking to just walk it right in, but Ball State is going to be there with some defense. Now Steve has the ball. Going to maybe try and see what he can do with it, but it is going to be taken away from his possession. Back over to York's side. Nixtro has it now, but he is running low on boost. Ultra going to fly over there and contest. Yags as well going to follow it up. Looks like Ball State might be in a really good position to score a goal here. Altor manages to get a third one on the board for Ball State.
Great touch there from Yags, was able to go through, and then Ultor, good angle from the far left side there. Almost aligned with the wall and was still able to put it top left bins in the net. And now Ball State find themselves up by 3 here with a minute remaining here in game 1.
Yeah, very good game for Ball State right now. A minute remaining already and up 3 here. So York with a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it. Going to need at least 3 goals to try to send this one into an overtime. It's not impossible to see 3 goals in a minute, but it is very unlikely, especially when you're looking at Ball State's defense. They've been playing very, very well this game defensively as well as offensively. Bosco is going to try to take that one away from Wova as he runs out of boost, but Altor is just going to be there and waiting behind him to try to regain control of that ball for Ball State. Yag sends it in. Looks like it might have also went for a bit of a pass to Wova, but Wova didn't even really need to touch it. It just goes right in there. Yeah.
Great play right there from Wova. Able to find that back in the net and putting them up even more with only 30 seconds left. I mean, 30 seconds and you just need 4 more goals. It's possible, but it's like every second counts. By like 15-ish seconds, that's probably going to be game 1.
Yeah, just not really anything that York can do here. They just don't have the time. Yeah, just kind of getting shut out here. You know, shut out game 1 in the series. 10 seconds left. Not going to be enough time for them to score that much goals on Ball State. And Ball State doing what they love to do, putting that nail in the coffin. You know, see Wova there, stone cold as usual. Not even phased. But yeah, great shutout game for Ball State. Up now 5 goals, less than 10 seconds remaining. And knowing Ball State, they don't really like to let that timer run out. They're going to go for that one last nail in the coffin as they have it on York University's side. Yags is going to have it in the air, but it is going to touch the ground, and Ball State is going to take game 1 in this best of 3.
Indeed, a great play, though, coming out from Ball State right there. They were on the offensive pretty much that entire game. They had a couple of times where they found themselves more on the defensive side. Yorktown had a couple of chances, but even in that moment, like you can see it right there on the scoreboard, didn't really see much. Steve had 1 save, and that was about it. And in total, York U only was able to get 1 shot off. So it was more on Ball State's side, especially not just offensively, but even defensively too.
Yeah, total shutout by Ball State there. Just absolutely great defense, and then they did a really good job of, after their need of defense left, they got great rotating, got that ball over to York's side, and just scored whenever they had the chance. So it's kind of how you see games like this happen. Ball State going up 5-0, and now we are going to be going into game 2 pretty shortly here. So let's see if Ball State can sort of replicate that, see if York can maybe try to find something to take their learnings from the last game and try to do better in this one. But of course we don't know what's going to happen until we actually get there.
Oh, for sure. But even looking at that last game, I definitely think Ball State could have this one in the bag. Yeah, they were just playing very well, both offensively. Even the few times that they were on the defensive side, they had it locked down no matter where the ball was going to be going. Wova right now already looking to start it off strong, but wasn't able to get that 50 going for Ball State. As I said, that Yags, though, able to get the touch, trying to keep it going. It looks like majority of the York U roster right now is out of boost. But Nextra able to get a good touch, but is going to be immediately met by Yags. Yags trying to send it off the backboard, met by Steve, who's looking to get it clear. Doesn't have a lot of boost, loses the 50. Bosco trying to keep it going, able to give it over to Nextro, tries to put it towards the backboard, out of boost once again, and a good second touch coming out from Ultra. Wova now with control, tries to keep it going. An extra now with control. And it looks like Yorktown are finding themselves back on that defensive almost constantly now.
Yeah, and we're about a minute into this game, and Ball State has already tripled, actually now quadrupled, the total amount of shots that Yorktown even had in the last game. I mean, Ball State just absolutely dominating this one, even though they haven't even scored yet. I mean, they have just been so great on offense already, with 4 shots on goal, before Yorktown can even really seem to get possession of the ball to even have a chance to try to even go for a goal, as Alter now going to send it over to Wova and try to get it back on this York University side here. Nick Stroh is going to be there to try and deflect it, try to get something going for York, but it just doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Steve does have that ball, but Yags is just going to take it away, going to send it over to Alter. Nick Stroh doesn't really have the positioning to try to get control of that ball back. And we're seeing a little bit more back and forth action here. York doing a better job of trying to sort of get it onto Ball State's side, but they're just not able to do anything once it's there, as Ball State just immediately takes it back away. Is Bosco going to take it into the air? Alter going to be there and waiting, though, on that defense.
Alter now with control. Only has 10 boosts, but he's able to give it to Wova. Wova able to take control, able to send it all the way down, trying to get it in front of the net, is able to do so, and a good demo coming out from Wova. And Ball State find themselves in the lead 1-0 with 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, great goal from Ball State there. Wova with a nice demo, basically eradicating Yorktown's defense, and then Ball State gets on the board there 2 minutes into the game. So let's see if they can keep this up here already on York's side, but Nick Stroh is going to be there to send it over. Bosco as well now trying to just get it on the Ball State side here, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do so. Wova has brief possession on the ball, but is bumped away. Bosco now going to try and take it away from Ball State, going to try and get it in that Cardinal net, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it this time, as Wova and the rest of Ball State already immediately with the rotate back onto Yorktown's side. Yeah, he's going to try to meet Bosco with it in the air. They kind of bump and contest over the ball, but no one really maintains possession. Looks like Wova going to fight Nick Stroh for the ball. Maybe going to send it over to Altor. He's going to meet the ball across the field. His running low on boost, though. Is he going to maybe set something up for Yags? No, as Nick Stroh is there on the save. Wova tries to get to it, but it's taken away. Going to be sent over to the midfield, where Yags is going to pick that one up. Steve, very low on boost. He's going to set it up for Altor. Altor going to bounce it off the ceiling, but it's going to be taken away, and that is a wide open Ball State net for Nick Stroh to score.
Yeah, it was good pressure coming out from Ball State right there, but it was a little too much because Wova was the last one back. And even though Nick Stroh had 0 boost, he was able to get that 50, and he knew probably in that moment that if he could get this 50, he can at least send it down to the other, to Ball State side, which they knew was empty, and they can get a goal off of it. Yeah, got a good 50 and was able just to send it right into the net.
Yeah, just a great kind of an unfortunate situation for Ball State. They're a little bit of overcommitting, which is an error that they make a lot less than they used to, but it used to be probably their biggest issue was overcommitting on offense. Thankfully, we've seen it less than we used to, but still kind of an issue for them at times. Now it is on Ball State's side once again. Looks like Wova now, though he is out of boost, it's going to get some nice fakes and dodges there to get it onto York's side. Alter running low on boost as well. Yeah, he's going to try and follow it up. Wova going to find it on the ground, and now we put silly eyes on his face as well. Yeah, he's going to try and bounce off the wall, but Nick Stroh is there to stop that. And now he's going to try to get it on to Ball State's side, but he's going to be stopped in the air by Alter. Going to take it down to the corner, but Steve is going to get a nice clear, and it's going to go over to Ball State's side.
Our ball is up. It's a shot on target for Bosco. Good save from Yags. Another backboard shot. Steve trying to come in to finish the ball up. Isn't able to do so just yet. Bosco trying to send it back to mid, met by Altor. Altor able to clear it out. Doesn't have any boost to keep it going. Might try to go for a 50, but gets outdone by Nexto. Good clear, though, coming out from Yags. Steve right now with control. Might try to take it all the way around if he can. Met by Yags instead. Sends it out to midfield. Shot by Bosco, but saved by Wova.
Anyway, nice shot from Altor. That one's going to go right in. Amazing redirect from him. Wow. One almost came out of nowhere. Altor going to just send it right over, and none of York could get there in time. Ball State, late game, going to take that 1-goal lead there. 30 seconds left. Let's see if they can just hold on here, maybe play some time, try to get some insurance goals to their names here. Bosco going to try to take it in the air. Altor goes for a bump. Doesn't really get possession of the ball there, but Wova is waiting in the backfield. Going to send it into his own corner. Bosco going to send it up. Wova going to take it away from him. Though he is low on boost, he does get a nice clear over to Yorktown side. Ball is still in the air with Nixtro. It's going to be met up by Altor, who's going to sort of disrupt that possession. Going to go down to Bosco now. 10 seconds left. Yorktown going to be desperate for a goal here, or else Ball State is going to go up 2-0 in the series. A lot closer of a game than we saw last time. A bit more of a defensive battle, but unless Yorktown puts this one in the net, which they aren't able to, Ball State is going to go up 2-0, only needing one more game to move on in the losers bracket.
The great plays coming out there from both sides. Even Yorktown starting to catch a bit more life there near the end. We saw a bit more on them on the offensive side, even a bit more on the defensive side. They got a few more saves this time and even more shots on target. I think they got, about 4 more than they did last time, by the looks of it?
Yeah, looks like, yeah. Yep, 4 more because last time they only had 1. So a much better game from York. And now, we're looking at some replay. Ball State is going to be only 1 game away from moving on, in which they will be playing Southeastern Oklahoma, which is not a team that we've seen today. Yeah, they were the team. They did get 2 games off of Boise State, though, so this could be a very good team here. Ball State only 1 game away in their series from moving on to that one, which is the loser semifinal, and that one decides who goes to the losers final, in which I'm assuming we're going to play either Boise State or George Mason. Yeah, we'll either play Boise or George Mason, but that is, of course, if we beat Southeastern and if we complete our sweep on Yorktown right here. So, a lot of factors, but like I said, a maximum of at least 4 games left, a minimum of 1 if we lose this one. But right now, not looking like Ball State is going to do that as we get into the kickoff.
The Yags right now already on the offensive, able to flick it over one, but Bosco able to get there just in time with that 100 boost, able to keep the goal deficit still at 0-0. Yags are now able to hit it off the ceiling, trying to keep it going. Bosco, though, a good bounce touch, trying to bounce it over the defensive side right now. York U able to keep it going, met by Yags, though, now. Yags able to go for the air dribble, able to get the flip reset. Maybe not this time. Nextro now with control, trying to get another touch. He's able to do so just out of Bosco's reach. Steve trying to send it to the backboard. He's able to do so, but met by Yags this time. Trying to send it up to Wova. Wova just barely missed the touch. Nextro trying to get another touch, but met by Ultra. Right now, Yags is able to get a good touch. Wova trying to clear it out, but gets a 50 from Bosco. Altor gets demo, net is left wide open, and with that, York U take the lead, I think, for the first time here in the series.
Yeah, they do get their first lead of the day. Great play by them. You know, they get that demo, they leave that net wide open, and then they take advantage of that opportunity and they use it to get on the board. So let's see how Ball State is going to respond to that one. Right now with the kickoff going pretty well on Ball State's favor. Steve is going to be waiting there in the back to try to get that ball back over to Ball State's side. Looks like he's going to be able to do so. Alter going to be there to disrupt on a little bit of defense. Wova has it in the air now. Nixtro, though, going to send it over. Alter going to maintain possession. Bosco going to try to send it into the air. Wova has possession of the ball now. Going to fight Nixtro for it. Maybe going to send it down to He's going to try to get on the board, but he just doesn't have the positioning or the help to get that one in for Ball State. Steve going to now take it back over to Ball State's side. Alter going to need to be there on some defense. He does so by taking control of that ball there. Going to take it through the air now. It is going to be taken away by Nixtro, but he gets it all the way over to York's side. But Nixtro now demoing Wova there, but the ball does get sent back over to York's side, sort of disrupting his momentum anyway. But now Steve once going to send it through the air. Wova going to be there waiting deep into Ball State's field, though, to disrupt it.
Right now, Yags trying to keep it going, but Altor able to take possession for Ball State. Almost blocked. It was saved just barely off the post. Altor trying to get a good bump coming out from Wova, but isn't able to bury it from Altor. Ball trying to go a little bit wide with the help of Nextro. Able to give it over to Steve. Steve able to pass it up. Nextro might have gotten a touch. Just kidding. He just barely missed it, but he does get the assist there. And now York U is up 2-0 with under 3 minutes remaining.
Now, this is the most goals they've scored so far. So unfortunately, for Ball State, they are a bit of a deficit here, and they have a lot of work to do. They do have time to do it, you know. They need to score 3 goals here, but the goals have been kind of sparse this game. So let's see how they can kind of work around that one. It is on their side early. Once again, well, we're going to sort of send it down into the middle. Bosco going to try to contest, going to try to extend that York University lead, but Altor is going to take it away. Nixo does take away the boost as well. Well, we're going to try and send it back over to York side, unable to do so, but Yags is going to be there. He's going to send it to Altor off the crossbar, but just not the angle to get that ball in. That surely could have been a goal, but unfortunately it just doesn't go Ball State's way. Wova is going to have it now, though, but it's going to be disrupted by Bosco. Altor going to try to send it over, but I just don't know if Ball State is going to get an opportunity like that again.
Right now, Ball State trying to find that opportunity if they can. Wova was able to get a good touch and a good demo, but Bosco is still in that backside, and the net is left wide open this time, and I think somebody tried to get an extra goal for themselves right there. But great play coming out from Ball State. Yags with a great demo. That was the demo that they needed, blinded their last defender, and that puts them back on the board, and now they're only down by 1 with 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Ball State needs to at least score 1 goal here to try to get this one sent into overtime. But of course, they're going to be wanting that 2-goal to just end the series, not have to go into any overtime. But Nixtro very quickly almost sends one in, as does the Bosco on Yorktown as well. But they aren't able to capitalize. So now Ball State really going to want to try to get this ball out of a very much fired up York team's hands. Steve once is demoed by Wova, but Bosco is going to take it into the air, going to try to get another one in for Yorktown. Wova is going to be there on some, did I just say Yorktown? York University. Watching too much Hamilton, I'm sorry. Now, Altor going to take it away, going to try to send it over to York's side, unable to do so. Now he's going to send it over to Yax. He's going to try to get another one in, but Knicks are going to be on the defense. Wova going to follow it up, but just doesn't have the angle.
Right now, Bosco trying to go for another shot to try to give them that lead once again, but a good touch coming out from Ball State, able to send it back down to York side. Right now, a good pop coming up from Steve, going to be met by Yags this time. Tries to get the 50, but Bosco comes out on top. Altor trying to send it down the field. He's able to do so. Ball bouncing back towards mid. Altor just barely missed the touch. Wova, though, able to win the 50. Still has a decent amount of boost to work with. Sends it over 1, does get bumped. Bosco trying to send it into that corner. York University trying to burn down that time right now. They do have a lead. It's not the most comfortable lead that you would want in this moment, because if Ball State comes back here, it can really mess up. This could be your last game right here if you're not careful. But right now, York U is starting to have more of that defensive and even that offensive pressure that we haven't really seen much from them the past couple of games.
Yeah, of course, this is the losers bracket. If Yorktown loses here, they are done for the day. So they're really playing to stay alive, as is Ball State, but they do have their lead here. Ball State does have it on Yorktown, on York's side with, now it's stuck in my head, has it on York's side with 10 seconds left. Altor going to try and follow it up. 5 seconds. Ball State needs a goal here, or they are going to drop a game. 1 second left, and it's going towards Ball State's side. Do they just let it touch the ground? Yes. And it looks like York is going to pull off a game on Ball State.
Wova doesn't have googly eyes anymore.
They have taken away his silly eyes that he allegedly never had. But, so I guess we do have some information here that I can give you. So we were kind of right where they would just be kind of waiting on us. If we win, we'll play Southeastern. If we beat Southeastern, we'll play Boise. We'll play Boise. So George Mason actually took down Boise State.
Oh, man.
So we have Boise in the losers finals.
That definitely threw off the what CRL had there for their predictions.
It did. Boise State was the 1 seed going in there. So George Mason, okay. So he's got a dinosaur behind him.
And he has balloon. I guess it's his birthday now?
Yeah, I guess it's his birthday. Oh, is it actually his birthday? Oh, it is his birthday. Happy birthday, Wova.
Happy birthday, Wova. You got a pet dinosaur now.
Yep. Looks like a, well, I mean, it's definitely a
I'm not going to try to
sauropod.
pronounce whatever it is.
It's definitely a sauropod.
It's not a T-Rex, I can guarantee you that.
Definitely not a T-Rex. It's definitely a sauropod, long-necked dinosaur. You know, could be a Brachiosaurus type beat. But Steve tries to send it in. Going to be blocked by Ball State there. Ball State looking to just end this one off real quick. You know, it's not uncommon to see Game 3 get dropped in this type of scenario. Even, you know, George Mason dropped a game against Ball State instead of getting their 3-0 sweep. So it looks like that could be a common trend for today. On Ball State's black side really early, though. Ball State going to need to try and just relieve some of this pressure from Yorktown. they kind of choose to take it back on their own as Steve does get demoed. Bosco going to take it into the air. Yag's going to there to try to disrupt, able to do so. He's going to need some help though. Over there, and then maybe try to send it over to Altor, but Nixtro is going to get control of that ball.
Right now, Altor trying to take it up, does get sent back by Bosco. And now Wova now with control, the birthday boy able to pass it over to Altor, but just barely missed. Yags just barely misses the 50, tries to send it back to Altor. Altor now with control, able to get a nice air dribble, able to get the flip reset too, trying to send it over, but Bosco able to get the save, and Altor gets the demo as well. And now Yags with control, just barely misses the pin, might try to pop it over, tries to go for a 50 instead, now met by Wova. He gets sent to the wall, met by Altor. Sent to the midfield, met by Wova this time, able to get it over into the corner. Wova low on boost and wasn't able to get to that boost bat in time. Yags still has a chance to score, but it is blocked by Bosco. Now Altor up, looks like he might be passing back to Wova. Wova though isn't able to follow it back up, is back in the corner. Yags though able to get the 50, putting it back out, met by Altor. And the opposite corner now this time. The pressure from Ball State is starting to build back up. I don't think Yorktown have had any, I just did it too, have really had much time to be able to clear it out. They do have somebody on Ball State's side, but the pressure from Ball State has just been immaculate this game.
Yeah, Ball State playing really well here. They don't want a repeat of last game. Almost does go into their net though. Altor is there with the save. Going to try to get that ball back over to York's side. Oh, kind of able to meet it there. Going to have to contest Bosco for it, though. Steve going to also try and get it. Altor meets it into the air. He gets a nice redirect. Is it going to go in? Almost. What a save from Nixtro there, as Steve is going to take it away. Ovisor just sends it into the midfield. Who was that? Nixtro kind of contests there as Yags has it in the air. Going to try to get Ball State on the board here. Altor looking to maybe follow it up, but he chooses to back out of it. Wova does have boost. Going to maybe send it over. Going to pass it a bit to himself, but he does get stopped there by Nixtro. Now Altor going to maybe see what he can do with it. Going to send it over to Yags, but once again, Yorktown playing really physical, really aggressive with the bumps here, just trying to disrupt Ball State's sort of flow here.
Indeed, we even saw Altro's control there with the ball. He was able to get it around too. We saw a couple of York U players get sent flying there for a second. A close shot from Yags does get blocked though in the process. Ball is floated in front of the net, but Steve able to get the save, sends it back out. Bosco does not have enough boost to keep it going. Altro just barely misses. Now Altro able to send it back up. Wova with the shot, but it's saved by Steve this time. Ball State trying to keep the pressure back on as Wova now has control for your Ball State Black.
Yep, on York's side. Yeah, he's going to take it away from Wova there. Altor going to follow it up as well. Going to try to send it over to see if he can maybe set something up for one of his teammates. But still, no one on the board here. Almost a minute left. Nothing really happening here. Yag's going to maybe try and send it in, but nothing really going to happen. Well, we're going to set it up for Altor. Nothing really going to come of it there. Next, we're going to bump Wova out of the way, but nothing really happening. Just kind of back and forth. I'll say is keeping it on York's side, but they just haven't been able to find that opportunity to score.
Now, right now, Wova is up there trying to get a 50 on it, but wasn't able to do it. Altor might have control now for Ball State. Able to put it into their corner, able to get that 100 boost. He might be trying to go for an air dribble here off the back wall, as he is indeed. Might try to go for a 50 here, does get met by Steve. Wova wasn't getting the touch that he wanted on the ball in that moment. Good 50 coming out from Yags though in the corner. Ball does get sent down. Yags doesn't have really any boost to work with. Altor up in the sky now. Might try to get his flip reset. He's able to do it with the indicator there. Gets sent just high, ball in front of the net, but a good block coming out from Nexto. Wova now with control all the way on Ball State's side. Still 0-0, 20 seconds remaining here. Wova now with control though. Good air dribble, able to get the flip reset, is able to go in. Ball's in front of the net, but is cleared out by Steve. Ball State had another chance there, but the defense from York U has been starting to stack up now for him. The shot on target, but it's going to be blocked by Altor. As we hit 3 seconds, Ball State might try to get one more if they can, but the ball might hit the ground. And we are now in overtime here in game number 4.
All right, 0-0 overtime in game 4 for the series win. If Ball State is able to get one goal in here on their side early, that is not what they want to see. They're going to kind of send it into the air. Altor going to meet it up there. Can he just get it right in right here? No. It is going to be saved by Steve. Now he's going to try to take it over to Ball State side. Yags sort of there to contest. Now Wova going to send it over. Next, we're going to meet it in that midfield. Going to try to bring it back over. Altor has it in the air, though. Can he just walk in on his own? He does. Ball State 3-1 against Yorktown. They're going to move on and face Southeastern Oklahoma in their next game in the loser semifinals.
Yeah, that was a great play coming out from Alto right there. Able to just carry the ball on his own from, I think it was from Ball State's side of the field too, right there at the end, and he got that 50 last second, able to take it to that top left corner, and that seals the deal here for Ball State, and now they're going to be going against Southeastern in the losers semifinal.
Yeah, which is actually kind of what was predicted, honestly. But of course, one thing that is unpredicted is that it's Boise State waiting in the losers finals if we're able to take out Southeastern. But just another game for Ball State, so a minimum of 3 more games of Rocket League, if you can count them. Yep. But of course, with the losers bracket, if we lose at any point, if we lose a game at any point before grand finals, of course, which that would be the last game anyway, we're done. So just put it into some perspective for you. I mean, how many games have they played already today? 1, 2, 3, 4. They've already played 4 games. They have at least 3 more. That's CRL for you. So, yeah, I don't really know anything about Southeastern. They have DJ, Crimson Chin, and BJ. That's their team. They have 3 wins, 1 loss. I think this is all just this stuff. I don't know this website very well. Just doing some research here. Yeah, I don't know. But, yeah.
It says they're the number 26 seed, so I mean, that might put them in a decent spot, but we'll see.
Yeah, who knows, honestly.
I mean, they did go. They did lose 3-2 against Boise State, so they were able to put up a fight.
Got 2 games off of them. Boise State's a good team. So, yeah, you never really know. This could be a bit of a sleeper team here. Let's see if Ball State can do it. Just try to get another one going. As you can see the bracket on your screen as well. Give us the bracket here. It's a really good idea. Because I can see it and also do look at other stuff in the bracket, of course, related to Rocket League, of course. Like example, how did Southeastern and Fusion's game go? Because we played Fusion, of course. I don't think they're actually entering the actual scores. Other teams, because it's just pretty much every game is just 1-1-1. Like every team just scored 1 goal. I genuinely think Ball State is the only team that might be entering their scores right, or maybe I don't know who enters. Yeah, because like here. That's the right score. Actually, no, because in game 2 it says we scored 2,147,483,647 goals here against the Fusion. So
that looks like a phone number.
Hopefully it's not.
I just noticed that. I was like, wait, that's the right amount of digits.
It's not a phone number. Phone numbers start with 1.
I mean, we scored that many games, I guess, that many goals in the second game against UTA Fusion.
I guess so. So, yeah, they can probably just enter whatever number they want.
Yeah. I mean, UTA took 1 game off of Southeastern, so I guess we can see how it goes, because at least UTA looked like they tried to put up a little bit of a fight against Southeastern. Well, it kind of, I don't know. And then even the Boise State and George Mason game, that went all 5 games.
Yeah.
So that got, these next couple of games are going to be like top notch.
Yeah, it could be pretty good. It's getting close now. Now it's like the games are getting really close, these next few ones. Southeastern, which I'm assuming is a good team. Of course, you got Boise, which Boise's a good team, as we know. They're quite good. They have, Preston, they have Turtho, and they have Woozy. I have casted these guys before. Yeah, they've had a pretty good day besides their kind of unexpected loss to George Mason. But, George Mason played really well against Ball State, so you can tell that they're a pretty good team there. Looks like they're updating our Yorktown scores. And eventually it'll show that our game's over. Just takes a second. But, it's CRL for you, I guess.
Yeah.
It takes a while. It's basically, so I guess for those of you who don't know, CRL is like ran by Epic Games. So like this is like the official Collegiate Rocket League tournament because it's ran by Epic themselves. So it's kind of like the RLCS of the collegiate world, especially when some of the players are the same people, which we've talked about a little bit. NRG co-owner Garrett G is on Winthrop. There's other instances of RLCS World Champs or RLCS Pros playing on some of these teams. I don't know every single one, but Garrett G is a pretty notable one because he was the first one I learned. And he's a NRG co-owner.
I can see that. He's been on that team for years now.
Yeah, he's been on it forever. I mean, gosh, wasn't he like the season? What season of RLCS did he win? Worlds, like.
Really I would have to go back and look because it took him years to do it. And when he finally did it, but I remember it was him, Turbo Posa, and Justin. Those three won for NRG. And that was like one of the first times in a while that a North American team won like that.
Who is your favorite RLCS player of all time?
Oh, that's tough. I would. Of all time, I would probably go back and say Rizzo because that's who I was. That was like the main person I was watching.
Yeah.
Because at the time when I first got into Rocket League, I was always G2, but then I got introduced to like NRG and a few of the others. But like a lot of my controls actually are based off of Rizzo stuff.
Mine was Squishy Muffins back in the day. Yeah, Cloud9, and which doesn't exist in Rocket League anymore. No. I don't remember what team he moved to after Cloud9 sort of disbanded. Did he move to NRG or was it a different team?
He moved to NRG for a little bit.
Yeah, he wasn't there for long.
Yeah, he was there for a while. He actually, at the latest LAN that they had actually in Boston, I think it was last week or the week before, he announced his retirement. Yeah,
he is. Yeah, he has officially retired. He is doing a lot of stuff with Jinxie now. That's like been his thing. Because Rocket League is becoming popular again, which is cool because I love Rocket League. I'm not very good at it, but I love watching it. In my opinion, it's the best esport. It is in my opinion.
I'll second that. I'll second that.
Like, 1 million concurrent players. I mean, when was the last time Rocket League had that? 5 years ago. Yeah, so.
It was probably around that, and then whenever the game went free to play.
Yeah, free to play. Because, also, for some of you new gens, Rocket League used to cost money, which I paid for it.
Half of us paid for it.
I paid for it, and then they just go and make it free. That's just what they do nowadays. I paid $60 for PUBG, and now it's a free game.
Oh, no.
I paid $15 for Counter-Strike, and now it's free again. This has happened to me so many times. I'm never buying a game again.
At this point, yeah, because a lot of like the popular, especially almost esport games, because like PUBG is his own esport, and Counter-Strike's his own esport. Now they're free now.
They're all free now.
It's
all because of Fortnite.
Exactly.
It's Fortnite's success made everything go free.
That's why we got the battle passes too.
Yeah, that's why we got battle passes, seasons, stuff like that. Which I like the games are free. Like I like that. That's cool. I wish I didn't pay for them already though. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
The PUBG one really hurts. The PUBG one hurts the most because that was an expensive game. That was like the price of a AAA game.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they just make it free like that.
I was like, what? Rocket League was probably, I want to say it was like maybe, I feel like it was like $20.
Yeah, like.
It was like something like that.
When it went free, it was like $15. Yeah. When it came out, it was like $30. But when it went free, it was like $15.
Yeah, I was one of the people that bought it day one.
Yeah.
At least when it came out on Xbox at the time, which was like 2016.
My favorite trivia ever, which of course you know this, not everyone knows it, but like what Rocket League used to be called. Supersonic Acrobatic Record Powered Battle Cars.
Oh, yeah, the game before it.
Yeah, the game. Well, yeah, because it wasn't technically Rocket League.
Yeah, but it was like the groundwork that became Rocket League.
It became Rocket League.
But it was definitely an interesting game.
Yeah, I've messed around with it a little bit. We also had, I remember one time our Rocket League players were in here playing it with BK. And they were just like, this is awful. It was kind of funny. Yeah. But some people have been, some of our players have been playing Rocket League for a long time. I remember back in the day when I got first on Rocket League, I was like, dude, this is awesome. This is a great game. I want to start playing it again, but I'm so bad at it.
That would make everyone feel old who's been playing it for a couple of years. And actually, Well, no, this is because last year Rocket League technically turned 10 last year. This should be its like 10-year anniversary from when it came out on Xbox. And it's been out on Steam I think since 2015.
Yeah, I think 2015 is right. Yeah, which is it's been out for a while. While we're waiting, I'm also going to plug our our social media. So we have pretty much Ball State Esports on everything. If you just search Ball State Esports, you'll find it. YouTube, Instagram, we have a Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch, of course. I mean, how are you watching this? YouTube. I said YouTube, but
the two primary places to watch it.
The two primary places to watch it. I'm a YouTube enjoyer. Some people like Twitch.
I'll use Twitch for live streams, but outside of that, I'm usually
watching
YouTube.
I like for streams, I prefer YouTube, but like a lot of people only stream on Twitch. So like I usually just wind up watching Twitch. But and also while we're waiting, I think we can just send it to our good friend. Is he in here?
I think he is. No, his backpack is. I don't think he's in here though.
Oh, well, he'll come back. We'll send it to Lucas real quick to show you our esports arena. So have fun with that.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Ball State Esports 2025 Arena Tour. Let's get straight into it. Welcome to the arena, guys, and as you see, as soon as you enter and look to your right, the checkout/welcome desk. From mice to keyboards to headsets, any peripherals that you might need to play some video games. Up until 3:30, this area is a classroom where real Ball State students and professors teach and learn on these advanced Alienware PCs. This space turns into an open play area where any Ball State student can check out peripherals at that welcome desk we talked about earlier and sit down at one of these PCs and play on any of the games pre-installed. And that goes from 3:30 all the way to 7:30 Mondays through Fridays. And welcome to the varsity stage. Now these PCs are reserved for Ball State Esports varsity players only, as they are top of the line 4090 series computers. Here at Ball State, our varsity sim racing players have these 5 rigs that they can use whenever they would like to get some practice in and use for their racing. And for those of you who aren't as interested as in playing video games, you can join our production team. Here in the back room, our amazing crew puts on the best streams in the nation on their Twitch channel for everybody to view. And this is where our casters sit when we're live streaming to Twitch and if we want to do any side projects for the channel. Thank you so much, guys, for watching this video, and I hope to see you live in person at the arena sometime this year. Peace out, guys.
Shout out Devin and Austin. It's Austin's birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Not that Austin. Trinity wanted me to say not Boo Austin. But not current Austin, but previous Austin. Former caster lead before, caster lead before me, before Turner, and before Devin. Who was just on your screen at one point. Oh yeah, we didn't have caster lead. He was something else. I don't know. Oh, he was the assistant executive producer. I didn't know that was a thing we used to have. But we didn't have caster lead at the time, technically. It's a new role. I think it was invented like with Devin. So, former caster though, like probably one of our most legendary casters. I mean, I think we have a pink suit somewhere that was his.
Interesting.
He was quite the character. He was on the 24-hour stream. First 24-hour stream, he was on it this year. We had a lot of alumni come on the 24-hour stream this year. We had Carlos, we had Austin, we had Faith. Was that one of the people on it? I don't know. Some of them I don't know because I wasn't here. But yeah, we're just kind of waiting to get into the southeastern game, which I would have assumed we would have already been in it by now. I don't know it's taking so long, but sometimes that just happens.
Yeah.
You just gotta wait, I guess. But yeah, whenever. Happens to the best of us. How's everything else going here? Yeah, poor George Mason. They're just waiting. Kind of happens.
George Mason, Ball State. I mean, we're also waiting, but Boise State is also waiting. And they still have to wait for us to get done, and then whoever wins that faces Boise.
Yeah.
So George Mason might be waiting for a while, depending on.
See, I remember when we would get sometimes when we would make our way to the grand finals. That's when you wait forever. So when you make grand finals and from the winners bracket, you wait forever before you play again because losers bracket's not even close to done.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully we can just get through this losers bracket. Only not even 10 o'clock yet. Okay, that is not the worst I've been in the situation I've been in for CRL. I've been in worse. Fall this year wasn't fun, but you know what? It's CRL, so it was cool. Just because like that's when you see like the really really big teams like St. Clair and Winthrop and Maryville and stuff like that. Which those games are always fun to watch. But I don't understand how we're not in game yet. It's so weird. Must just be waiting on just them to get everything figured out.
Since you spoke of St. Clair, I went ahead and dropped up to their bracket,
their
and
gold
Ole Miss
roster.
and St. Clair are actually battling it out right now.
Oh yeah. So
In their bracket, which I think when we looked at the projections for it, they had Ole Miss down here and St. Clair up top the entire way. So there's been an upset up in that category as well.
Oh yeah, wow, that's a huge upset actually. I don't know how to say that. Conestoga, 3-2
Sounds
St.
good to
Clair
me.
Gold. Of course, St. Clair Gold isn't their primary roster, but it's still a very good team.
Yeah.
They practice with some of the, they practice with one of the best teams in CRL, the reigning champions, St. Clair Green. 2-time reigning champions, actually. Yeah, I don't know if St. Clair's going to win it all this year. I got my money's on Maryville or Winthrop, but yeah.
And even Ole Miss barely even lost their game.
Wow. Yeah. A lot of small schools kind of upsetting these bigger names, which is always nice to see. Boys, that's our bracket. Michigan State Green and LCU Blue. And Winthrop's second roster.
Michigan State lost to Winthrop in a 3-0 sweep, so they're down in the losers bracket now. They're waiting for whoever wins this game between LCU Blue and Columbia.
Yeah, pretty much everyone is in the same exact boat as us now. Right now.
Exactly.
Okay, looks like we are actually finally going to be getting into our game pretty soon here against Southeastern Oklahoma. I don't really know anything about this team. Southeast Oklahoma, I don't know if this is their main roster. Yeah, it looks like this is their main roster. So that's always fun. See how our black roster can do against a school's primary. It'll be the first time our black roster has beat a school's primary. Actually, it'll be far from the first time. We've done it a few times. Our black roster's pretty good. I'll give it that. A lot of talent here at Ball State. We got some new recruits. Our new recruits have such fire gamer tags. It's Yeti. I think one of them was named Fish.
Oh?
I'm jealous of some people's gamer tags. I wish I was creative and funny enough to just make my gamer tag the word fish. I wish I would have thought of that. It's genius. Why try to think just like a fish?
I don't know.
Looks like we are about to go into game here. At least 3 games of Rocket League left to be played, and hopefully these ones go by fast because we know our opponent for all of them. So here we go. We have no overlay, but that does not matter. Really early on, and Wova just going to score right off the bat there against Southeastern Oklahoma. Great start to the game for Ball State.
Yeah, I think Woba was tired of waiting right there too. He went straight for the net and didn't wait any time. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure at the max that was 5 seconds of that game the game start before Woba scored right off rip. Now BJ out with control, might be able to get a 50 here off the corner, but is met this time. Right now BJ in the corner, doesn't have any boost to work with, so he's gonna have to back up now. Altor able to take control, tries to get the 50, met by DJ though. Yags up in the sky, but Crimson Chin, another good gamer tag.
Yeah.
And right now, Ball State trying to get it off of their side, almost able to do so. DJ might try to redirect it here, tries to go off the backboard, met by Yags. And Yags now going to be trying to clear it for your Ball State.
Yep, Ball State kind of had a similar situation earlier where they started off really hot, but then it all sort of fell apart from them. That was against George Mason. They don't want to do that again this time. And right now they have, you know, held Southeastern to no goals, but it's still very early into the game. Only a minute in as Altor just going to try and get it off of Ball State's side. Yeah, he's going to send it over. A lot of power on that shot. Almost goes in, but he just didn't have the angle there. Still on Southeastern's side, though. DJ is going to take it away. Altor going to be there and try to contest, but BJ going to be there as well with a nice save. Going to send it over to Ball State's side. Yag's going to be there and waiting to get that redirect. Crimson Chin tries to deflect it, but Yag's just going to keep pushing and get it back onto Southeastern's side there as Ball State and Southeastern trade demos. Still on, gets moved over to Ball State's side there. Yag's going to try to get it off. It looks like Crimson Chin has the shot. He's going to tie the score.
Did a great play right there from Southeastern. Spaced out for a second, but the net left wide open for Crimson Chin. Just be able to find that right side. He probably did see Yags trying to go for that save. Yags was trying to get back, but just wasn't able to get back in time. And now we are tied 1-1 as Altor now with control is able to dribble it over one and able to get the 50. Ball is floating up in front of Southeastern side, but does get blocked and sent wide. Crimson Chin able to 50 it all the way down. Now Altor has only 30 boosts, tries to go for a musty, just barely missed it. Wova able to get the touch. Crimson Chin looking for that demo on Yags, but wasn't able to find it. BJ able to get a good flip reset and able to send it over and able to take the lead now for Southeastern.
Yeah, Ball State kind of stagnating a little bit here. Southeastern finding 2 goals there. Even though Ball State not really playing bad defense or anything, but they just can't get that ball off their side right now. So it's allowed Southeastern to get these 2 goals here. So let's see if Ball State can sort of change anything. Yag's going to be really aggressive on that kickoff, going to get that ball onto Southeastern's side immediately, but he lacks a lot of help there, and Southeastern going to use that to get it rotated over to Ball State's side. Yag's going to try to get it off. It looks like he's going to be able to do so for now. DJ unable to get there, but BJ going to be there and waiting in the back to try to send it over to Ball State's side. Altor waiting in that midfield. Going to send it over to Wova. Crimson Chin going to try to contest, but Wova just doesn't have that angle that he needed. It just goes right off that right corner. So unfortunate for Ball State. Kind of a missed opportunity. Yeah, he's going to try to send it into the air over to Altor. It doesn't really work out for him there. Still keeping it on Southeastern side, though, is Ball State. Well, we're going to try to go for the score, but DJ is going to be there with the save. Now, Altor going to try his chance for a score. Going to send it over to Yags. Nothing really going to come of it. Wova's turn now. Very low on boost, though. Just going to send it up. Looks like Ball State might not be able to get a goal out of this one.
Altor now trying to get it out. Yags was trying to get a read on it to try to control it for Ball State, but wasn't able to get the touch as the ball went over him. Crimson Chin now looking to pop it up towards mid. Met by Wova, though. Wova going to try to take it all the way. Able to give it to Altor. Altor now able to get the 50. Ball does roll over in front of the net, and Yags a great 50. And now we are tied all back up 2-2.
Yeah, looks like this one could be a very, very close game. Tied already, kind of both teams really going back and forth here, not able to, each one kind of fighting over control of the ball, and now we have that tied score. Let's see what either team can do here to try to come out on top of this one. 1:30 remaining in the game. Well, we're going to send it over to Southeastern side here. Might have an opportunity to score, but he just doesn't have enough help. Too much Southeastern cars. Going to be rotated back over to Ball State side. Yeah, he's going to take it in there. Going to try to fly up with it. BJ is going to contest. Maybe going to try to send it down there to Crimson Chin in that corner. Going to try to get control of that ball for Southeastern. Wova is going to be taken out as well. Going to try to just walk it in. Was DJ, I believe, there. Still on Ball State side. Nice shot from Crimson Chin. It is going to go in. Just looked like Altor was going to save it, but just unable to do so. Southeastern has their lead back.
And a great shot coming out from Crimson Chin. It sends it just at the top shelf. Altor almost able to get it, but just wasn't behind the ball enough to be able to try to pinch it back out. But in that moment, Southeastern do take the lead back as the ball immediately goes into the backboard of Ball State's side. The ball does get carried over. Yags trying to get the 50, able to put it into the corner. off of BJ. BJ able to get a second touch. Might not have been the touch they were looking for, but it does end up in a good spot for them. DJ now with a shot on target, and there's nobody there for Ball State, and they find themselves now down 4-2 with 47 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, just kind of an unfortunate situation. Yags looked like he wanted to send it back to Wova, but Wova just couldn't get there in time, and it gets sent right in by Southeastern there. And now with less than a minute remaining, Ball State needs to score 2 goals here to try to send this one into an overtime. But that's going to be really hard to do. Southeastern's defense has been amazing unless Yags can just walk it in. It's open. Wova follows it up. Ball State immediately responds with another goal.
Great aerial there from Yags. Able to get 150 and able to get a second one. The ball was starting to roll in anyways, but Wova just wanted to make sure that it went all the way in so that they can still have more time on the clock to try to get that one more to tie us back up.
Yeah, now less than a minute remaining still. Ball State just needs that one goal to at least try to tie the game here. Of course, they would love to be able to just win it outright right here, but at least a tie would be very nice, but that is unfortunate for their hopes. Crimson Chin going to send it right in for Southeastern.
That might do it for Ball State here in the first game. Wova tried to get a touch to clear it towards the corner, but was immediately read by Crimson Chin. And in the process, Wova did get dunked. Not what you want to see, but they still have 30 seconds left and only down by 2 goals. They just got to be able to work on offensive pressure, but also make sure they don't give up the defensive side as much as well.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you there. They just kind of have to get more going on offense while also keeping their defense alive, which can be a tough thing to do when you're kind of struggling on both. But now 10 seconds left. Just doesn't really look like Ball State Black going to have any time to do anything here to get this sort of get their lead back. So this one is going to go to Southeastern as BJ just puts that one last nail in the coffin. Going to allow them to go up 3 goals there. So not always the best start when you lose game 1. That can kind of derail you, but of course it's far from over.
Oh, for sure. Right now, 2 seconds left as the ball is probably getting ready to hit the ground unless Southeastern want one more, but they aren't going to be able to get it. And with that, Southeastern do take game 1 here in this matchup between your Ball State Black team versus the Southeastern. Definitely a good game to start us off. Crimson Chin was able to get a hat trick there. But we can definitely, even looking at the stats, you can see who was more on the defensive and who was even more on the offensive in that moment.
Yeah, definitely. Just really rough game from Ball State. I mean, they still managed to score 3 goals, but they just could not get their offense rolling as well as Southeastern could. I mean, scoring 6 goals in this game to Ball State's 3. Very impressive from them. And that kind of puts Ball State a little bit at the back foot. You know, dropping first game is never something you want to do. It's like Rocket League, I always say it's a very momentum-based game. Maybe not as momentum-based as other games, but it's, you know, you have that momentum, you win that game 1, it can really get you rolling for these other 2 games. Because now Ball State is kind of in the situation where they need to figure out how they can stop Southeastern from doing this again. They're the ones who have to do all the learning here. Southeastern has it figured out.
Oh, for sure. Even in this moment, I would even say, like, I may or may not be a little biased, but I would say Rocket League is definitely probably even one of the most momentum games.
Honestly,
you can see it in, like, in pros, even in small leagues that you can just find online, or even in, like, CRL. Something like with that, Southeastern can build off of that because they know they have the pressure that they want in this moment. But Ball State also don't want to go down without a fight here because they are on their last edge. But as compared to what we saw when it was just a best of 3, it's not like, oh yeah, we're down 1 now and we only have 1 more chance. Like, they have a little bit of time to try to breathe, take a second, and figure out what they can change to help them get back on that board. But right now, Southeastern trying to clear it out, but Ball State is starting to build that offensive pressure that they needed.
Yeah, right there. It is on Ball State's side, though. Altor just going to be a little low on boost, but he's just going to try to keep it out of that Ball State net for now. DJ going to try to get something going here for Southeastern really early, but now we have Yags and Altor there with boost, able to take it away. Southeastern net left a little open there, and it's just going to go right in for Altor. I thought surely that one was going to be a save there, but just not able to get to that ball in time with BJ.
Yeah, it looked like, I think that was BJ. He was back last. It looked like he had that touch, but when I finally saw that little circle next to his name that showed his boost, you could see it was completely empty, so that's probably why we thought he was going to have it if he had even just about 12 boost, but he didn't have any. It wasn't allowed him to get up in time to be able to get that, and then he just watched as the ball bounced right over him.
Yeah, but this is a pretty similar situation we saw last time with Ball State having that 1-goal lead early here, but they needed to try to figure out how to keep that, how to keep scoring these goals and keep their lead. They don't want to get into that big of a deficit like they did last time where it's just impossible to crawl out of. Of course, these really long nights of Rocket League can be very mentally taxing, so they just kind of try to stay locked in, kind of try to figure out what they can do here to sort of reverse their luck from last game. Looks like it is going to go towards Ball State side there. Yeah, it's just going to try to take it into the corner. Alder is going to try to take it away though. Wova to contest DJ. Alder going to try to have it in the air. DJ going to take it away from him. Wova just going to send it down to Yag. He's going to take it in the air. Crimson Chin going to try to disrupt. Unable to get there. Looks like BJ is just going to send it into the wall. Crimson Chin going to try to sort of follow up on that pass. BJ has it now with boost. Alder just going to take it away from him though and get it onto that southeastern side.
I mean, Altor almost able to take it all the way, but did run out of boost. Looks like he might have gotten that 100 boost, though, now. Crimson trying to send it all the way down. BJ looking to probably pass it to Crimson Chin right now. BJ has to get one more 50, just has to worry about Yags. DJ just barely misses the ball. Crimson Chin up now with a shot on target, but saved by Altor. And right now, Wova trying to take control. Able to get the flick and almost in, but is saved by BJ.
Yep, on southeastern side still right now. So Ball State doing a little bit better on that offense, but as I say that, of course, it goes to Ball State black side. But looks like Ultra going to be able to use that boost, going to try and get it over here. Southeastern still yet to get on the board in this game too. But it's going to roll back over to Ball State side. BJ has a lot of momentum. Altor does get there to redirect that ball. Nice save from him. Wova tries to get it in there, but BJ going to stop it. Wova needs to get there to try to save that ball. Altor just gets it right out of the way. But now Southeastern, a lot of pressure on that offense here. Just trying to get Ball State, just trying to get a chance to breathe here. Really struggling to do so though. Southeastern really keeping on that pressure.
Indeed, 2 minutes remaining here. Yags right now with control, trying to take it over. He's able to get it over DJ. Right now, BJ now with control, able to send it right back down. Southeastern trying to keep the pressure on. Good touch from Wova though. Able to send it over into the corner. Crimson Chin now trying to pass it to DJ. Sends it to the backboard. Nobody else is there for Southeastern. So the ball now is on the opposite side. Good demo coming out. But the ball, nobody else was there for Ball State to be able to send it into the back of the net. And now Yags with control for your Ball State.
Yep, they got it on Southeastern side, but they need to be able to capitalize on moments like that to score. They just haven't been able to sort of send those moments in to try to increase their lead. They're still just down one, not really able to find a chance to score here. It looks like it is going to go back towards Southeastern side, though. Well, we're going to try to get control of that ball, but BJ is going to take it away. He's going to send it over to Crimson Chin. That's a wide open Ball State goal. Southeastern is going to tie the game.
Yeah, good play coming out from DJ and BJ right there. Good 50 coming out. And it looked like Ball State just kind of overcommitted there. They only had one person who was closest, was I think around midfield, so it didn't really help them out in that moment because once BJ was able to realize that, and all he had to do was just send it to the other side into the open net, and that's exactly what he did. And with a minute left, we are now tied 1-1.
Yeah, now this is a really sketchy situation for both teams here. This is kind of entering next goal wins territory because the goals have been so infrequent in this game that if someone scores here, I don't know if the other team is going to have any time to score even one more goal. And right now it is going towards Ball State's side. So let's see if Southeastern going to try to be able to get up 2 in the series. Crimson Chin going to sort of send it into that corner. Yags very low on boost. DJ is going to send that ball over into that corner, but Altor is there and waiting. 30 seconds remaining now with a tied game here in game 2 of this best of 5. It is on Ball State's side. BJ unable to get there to get that ball. Now Southeastern kind of low on boost. They do get some refills, but it is going to be on their side now as Ball State is looking to score. Crimson Chin with a nice save. Another shot on goal, but now Ball State, they need to get back there and get on defense. They managed to do it. 10 seconds left now. Looks like we might be approaching an overtime here unless Ball State can score. Still 1 second left. Ball still in the air. They're going to ground it. It's going to go to overtime.
A close one there from Ball State. Almost able to get it with that last second goal, but it was saved. Right now, Ball State immediately on the attack. Wova was able to get a good clear. Yags now with control, able to put it into the corner. BJ trying to clear it out for Southeastern. Is not able to do so. Able to give it over to Crimson, though. BJ sends it down the field. Not enough power on it, but just enough to keep it out of the way. Wova just barely missed, but he's able to get back in time and able to get control back for the Ball State. And, hey, we even have a Wova cam now.
Wova, a wild Wova has appeared. We have a Wova cam. Is on Southeastern side. Is Ball State going to be able to capitalize on that? DJ is going to play a very nice save there. Now Alto are going to try and just keep this Ball State momentum going here. Going to try to get Ball State on the board. He's going to send it down to Wova. Ball State is going to score in overtime, and they're going to tie the series 1-1.
Great plays coming out there between Altor and Wova. Able to get that pass just across the net.
So,
and Wova able to find that bottom right.
So, hold on. Is this actually a live Wova cam? Because this looks like he's in the center. This is live. I don't know if I believe you. Because I see the stage behind him. He's not there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident that that's in the center. Really, he's using a green screen.
Yeah. That's a very bright green screen because it looks like it's broad daylight behind him. I don't know. Maybe maybe it is. I don't know.
Maybe it's live. But why would he join now? Let's think about this logically. Why would he show up now out of all times? Like, listen, I know Wova. If he's not turning on his webcam at the start of the game, he's not turning it on now. And he's also talking.
I mean, it looks like he's also. It looks like he's in the middle of a game too.
This is literally a GIF. It's just him repeating over and over again.
Oh man, but that was a good game against Southeastern. It was coming down to the wire. Both teams with one, and literally, like you said, next goal was going to win. We thought we were going to see it in that before overtime, but it ended up going into overtime. Now we are tied series-wise 1-1. Altor might try to get an early start off here, able to get a flipper set, tries to get one more touch, but is sent just wide. And DJ able to get a clear, but met by Yags. And now Crimson looking to do the same. And Wova able to send it over to the corner and met by Altor.
Yeah, had a feeling that this would be a close series, and right now it is proving true. Gonna need to do a lot. They're gonna have to play their absolute best, Ball State, to try and win this one, of course, because now it's kind of whoever wins this next game, they're immediately at match point. It's kind of like they're forcing, it's kind of become a best of three in this sort of situation where they both won one game. On Southeastern side really early on here, Southeastern really just trying to get it off their side. They're not really able to do so. Crimson Chin going to just try to send it into the air, but he's just going to send it over to Altor. He's going to try to go for that double tap, but unable to get it there. DJ going to try to send it away. Yag's going to try to meet it in the air, going to try to keep up this pressure, but Crimson Chin going to go there and disrupt. Wova going to be waiting there in the back, though. Going to see if he can score. BJ is there. BJ is there with the save, though. And now, still on Southeastern side, Ball State trying to do something again.
Now Wova now with control, almost able to get the pass over to Yags, but it gets sent over into the far corner. Crimson almost able to get a touch, but it wasn't enough. Was able to get the flip reset, but just didn't have any good positioning to be able to move the ball forward here. BJ able to give it over to Crimson. Now Crimson sends it down to Ball State's side, but nobody from Southeastern's there. Wova tries to send it over for a pass, but is going to be met by Crimson. And BJ looking to score it right off rip, but a good save, combination, teamwork coming out from Ball State and able to almost pinch it out of the net. Altor trying to keep it at midfield, but Crimson doesn't want it to stay there. He's trying to send it back down. And Wova now trying to keep it going, isn't able to do so. BJ now with control, wasn't able to get the flip reset, but was able to get a touch though. And Altor able to clear it down with the help of Crimson.
Once again, a very low-scoring game here. 0-0, 2 minutes in. That's kind of what we expected to see out of this series. Very low-scoring games. The first one was a bit of an exception. These last two games have been very low-scoring. Crimson Chin going to sort of send it over. Well, we're going to meet it there, as is Yags. Going to try and just get that ball in to try to get a mid-game lead going on here for Ball State. Wova sort of sets it up, and Altor tries to follow it up, but a nice save from DJ. He's going to keep control of the ball there. It's going to go back over to Ball State's side now. Wova has it in the air. It's going to be able to score. Crimson Chin is going to be there with the save. It's still in front of Southeastern's net, but no one's able to really do anything with it. And it looks like Southeastern might just be able to get it away, but Ball State still trying to keep on that pressure, and there it is. Crimson Chin finally got himself that clear that he'd been waiting for, but Yags was waiting in the midfield. It is going to be taken away from him. Mova's going to be there on some defense, though he does run out of boost, but it looks like Ball State's going to be able to get it back over to Southeastern side.
Yeah. Southeastern almost able to clear it out, but it looks like they're finally going to be able to do so. Wova is the last one back, but Altor is going to be there as well. Wova out of boost, tries to get a bump, is able to do so. Good 50 coming out from Altor there. Altor trying to chain dash off the wall, has no boost to really go up for the ball, and now has 100, able to take it off of Southeastern's own corner. But Crimson able to send it wide, able to get a touch. Wova tries to send it over to the wall, but met by BJ. Yags now trying to go for his second touch, is able to do so, able to give it over to Wova. Wova in the corner, might float in, but Crimson says otherwise and able to put it into the corner. Wova with control again, might able to get a 50, but Altor is also able to be there, but gets outdone in the 50. And Wova isn't able to get that boost. Their net is close to being open. BJ able to jump up and gets the bump demo. And with that, Southeastern do take the lead here with a minute remaining, 1-0.
Yeah, minute remaining. Another low-scoring game here. Only one goal scored with a minute left. Going to be very sketchy now for both teams, honestly. Ball State Black going to be really desperate for a goal here in this last minute, but the goals have been so infrequent this game. They do definitely have time to score here, but it's going to take a lot of work. They have to play very well. BJ really being aggressive right at the start. Less than a minute left now. Southeastern with that one-goal lead. Also trying to get it back over to Southeastern side. He's able to do so. Yags has control of that ball. Can he just walk it in? No, BJ is going to take it away. Altor going to send it over now, take it into the air. Seeing what he can do with it. Nothing right now, but Wova is going to be able to score, and Ball State tie the game.
Great play coming out there from your Ball State Cardinals. Great pass coming out from Altor with a great 50, and Wova able to be there in just the perfect spot, able to find that little small opening in the net. And now we're tied with 40 seconds left, and it's kind of almost a repeat of last game where it's like the next goal is possibly going to be the last one and could be the winner of this match and put themselves into the match point status.
Yeah, whether it's in this last 30 seconds or whether it's in a 1-1 overtime, the last goal very well could be for the win here as a really close goal there for Ball State, but Crimson Chin is going to be there on that defense. BJ is going to be able to get it back over to Ball State's side. Wolver's going to get a nice clear there on the Southeastern side. Kind of has to choose to back out of it, though. Southeastern is going to send it back over to Ball State's side. 10 seconds remaining now. 6 seconds. Ball State is going to get it on the Southeastern side. Are they going to be able to score here and just put it away? Almost, but a save comes out. Crimson Chin does keep the ball alive here. Is he going to try to get that last second goal? DJ does keep it alive. It's going to go into the corner, but no one's going to be able to get it there. We have our second 1-1 overtime of the day.
My goodness, it was already close, but a great defense coming out from Southeastern right there, able to keep their hopes alive right here to try to keep their lead going, but they aren't able to do so. DJ almost able to do it and use it with the waterfall, but
now it's back to us. Technical difficulties. Well, when we come back, we got scored on. Rip.
Oof.
So it's a little anticlimactic when you don't see it. But yeah, that's going to be then 2-1 for Southeastern against Ball State there. And now it is match point. But that honestly, with how close these games have been, I don't even know if that means it's over.
Yeah.
Who scored the last goal? BJ again.
BJ was definitely one of the more aggressive players that we've seen so far this series, especially with Southeastern. It's like we've seen him. I'm pretty sure he was the same way last game as he is this game. He's always been on that offensive. He's even been helping out, trying to make sure, like the demos. He has 2 demos. He's able to make sure that BSU is just not in their way whenever they go down there. But it's been kind of going back and forth, so we definitely have a good series here on our hands. Yeah, definitely. It's a really good series. And it's been really close. I mean, besides that first game the first game was pretty close until the very, very end when Southeastern just kind of scored 2, goals right when Ball State was going to lose anyway. But now we are going into what could possibly be match point here. Well, it is match point, but it could possibly be the final game of Rocket League
played on this stream for you if Ball State does not win this one. Yags going to try to take it over to Southeastern. Southeastern side. Wolva follows it up, looking to score early on here, but BJ comes out with a save.
It was really close, but DJ with the save. Ball hits the bar and goes down for Altor, and Ball State within the first 20 seconds take a lead.
They've been getting these early goals so much, but they just need to be able to take these early goals and actually hold it up throughout the game. Of course, it's hard, and they have turned some of these into wins, but very frequently, Southeastern has just been able to come back and score way more goals than Ball State late game. But early on, Ball State does have that 1-0 lead, and you know, with as close as these past few games have been, every goal really does matter here. So BJ going to have it here, going to try to send it in once again for Ball State Black, able to do so. Now, once again, score tied at 1-1 very early, though.
Yeah, definitely a score we've seen a lot of the past couple of games, but not this early on. But again, BJ the one leading the charge for Southeastern. How we saw it then. And it was just able to get that perfect 50. And it looked like Altor was able to get that save, but it wasn't behind the ball enough.
Uh-oh. It is. Oh, there we go. We are back live, though we have Boss Game Sound, which is a little unfortunate, but it is on Southeastern's side. Really quiet on the game sound, but BJ now going to bring it over to Ball State Black side. Yags is going to have it. Oh, it's back to us. What's up? It's back to us now. That is not live. I don't care.
I was going to say,
says.
Wova's made that same face. I'm pretty sure, like,
he's been saying
14 times
thing,
in the past, like, 30 seconds.
He's just been kind of saying the same thing over and over again. Also, allegedly in the Esports Center. But we are back into game now.
In broad daylight.
Yeah, in broad daylight. Now back on Ball State Black side with BJ there. Crimson Chick going to try and follow it up, going for that goal, but nothing going to come of it this time. Now it looks like it might be heading back towards Southeastern side with Altor there. Woven looking to follow it up, goes over. BJ going to try meeting him there. Yags has it in the air, going to send it down into this corner. Nothing really going on right now. He's going to send it over to Altor. What a goal by Ball State there to go up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, great play there from Yags, able to get the 50 over across. I honestly thought Altor was going to hit it into Yags and it was going to miss, but he hit it in just the right spot on the ball and able to send it just behind as Yags was able to get that bump. And now Ball State found themselves back in the lead now with BJ in control.
All right, so now up in the air, Altor has the ball on Ball State's side. But we're going to bring it back over to Southeastern side, though. Crimson Chin going to try and get it there. BJ going to sort of receive that pass. Altor going to have to be there on some defense as DJ now going to show up to help BJ. That kind of seemed a little sloppy from Southeastern there. I feel like they maybe could have got a goal out of that situation, but I just don't know if they played it right. DJ now going to send it over. Ball State's going to have to get there. Altor does so with a save. BJ going to send it down now. Yag's going to deflect it. Crimson Chin does have possession of that ball. Going to take it into the air. Altor now has possession of the ball as well on Southeastern side. Going to bounce it off the wall, but no one on Ball State is really there at the right time, and all three Southeastern cars are there to sort of send that ball back over to Ball State's side.
And Crimson now able to take the ball up towards the ceiling, almost able to keep it going. A good shot coming out from DJ, but you hear the ping as it hits the crossbar and goes out. And now Ball State trying to clear it off of their side. Yags now with control. Able to get that ground air dribble. Looking to take it down all the way. Able to get the double tap, but it does go straight down with the help of Crimson, who also went up to help Yags, but in this time to send it down. Ball in Southeastern's corner. They're trying to get it out. DJ just barely missed the ball. BJ, the last one back. A good block coming out from Altor. Yags might be the one to go up for it, but isn't able to get up in time. Woven now looking to keep it going. Gets a good pass over to Yags. Yags tries to send it underneath the defense of Southeastern, but isn't able to do so. DJ out of boost now. Altor looking to get control. Loses the 50, though. Wova looks like he got a little bit awkward there, trying to keep it going. But Yags, though, able to get control. Able to send it towards middle. Wova with control. Looking to take it down. Loses the 50. And Southeastern are back on the offensive as a shot opportunity takes place.
Yeah, Southeastern are going to be pretty desperate to score a goal here. Just get this over with so they can move on to those to the next game against Boise State if they are able to win this one. A minute left, and they need to score one goal here to try to send this one into overtime, 2 to win it. Let's see if they can do it. It is on Ball State's side, but Ball State does get a pretty decent clear, but it looks like Southeastern, with their positioning, is going to be able to keep themselves on the offensive. Yags unable to get there to that ball. Altor is going to be able to have it on some defense. Crimson Chin going to try and send it in, but it just goes right back to Wova there, who's going to have to contest DJ for the ball. He does run out of boost. Crimson Chin sort of meets it midfield. On Southeastern's corner now, BJ and Crimson Chin looking to have control of that ball. It is going to go into Ball State's corner where Yags is going to contest. 30 seconds remaining now, and Southeastern is going to be really desperate for a goal, but Ball State is doing a good job on the defense. They do get a nice clear onto Ball State's side. Going to try to fly it over here is Wova and Altor still on Ball State's side. BJ going to go for the score. Going to send it down to Crimson Chin, but it is just deflected off that Ball State car. 10 seconds left now for Southeastern to try to score. They're going to need to do it to try to at least go into an overtime here, but they have it in the air, and it is Wova with possession of the ball. So it looks like this one might go Ball State's way. BJ is going to keep it in the air, though. Going to just try and just going to try to send it into overtime here. They still just have control of the ball, but Wova is going to ground it, and we're going to game 5.
Our first game 5, I think, of the night, if I remember correctly. So Ball State definitely feeling good. Wova all smiles up in that broad daylight up there on the top right of your screen.
Yeah, I want to know where he's at. It's freaking sunny and 75 wherever he is. But yeah, this is the game basically game 5 to decide who goes to the losers final and plays against Boise State here. So pretty big game for both teams here. But yeah, it's been really close so far. But this one could really go anyone's way.
Oh, definitely, for sure. We've seen it, especially in that second and third game, where we literally went into overtime for both of those games to see who would win. And even to be fair, this last game, even though Ball State was able to take it, it was still the same score that we saw in the last 2 games before this, 2-1. This time it just happened earlier on, and Southeastern just wasn't able to find that goal to take us into overtime this time.
Extremely defense-heavy games these past few ones have been, but here we are. Game 5 of the loser semifinal. Winner plays Boise State for a chance at Grands. Let's see which team it's going to be. Also, we're going to send it down to Wova. Now who's going to send it over to Yags, but BJ is going to be there with the save. It's going to go over to Ball State black side. Wova is going to be there and waiting. Going to try to be on some defense. Yep, going to fly it above there, but Crimson Chin looking to follow it up. It does bounce off of Yags' car as well. Now Yags is going to fly it over into Southeastern's corner. BJ is going to take control of that ball as he loses boost. Altor going to try and send it over to Wova. Now has control of that ball. Going to go for the score. Bounces it off. Maybe over to Yags, but no, DJ takes it and demos Altor there. Ball State doing a pretty good job of keeping it on Southeastern's side so far. But it looks like Southeastern might have their chance here. They get a nice clear. It's going to be followed up by Crimson Chin, but he just doesn't really have the shot on it that he needed. So now Altor is going to take it into the air. He's going to send it down. DJ's going to be there, though, and waiting. Gets a really nice clear onto Ball State's side as Wova meets him in the midfield. Crimson Chin going to take it, going to send it towards that Ball State net. Yags just going to take it into the corner, maybe going to send it over to Wova. Now he's just going to dribble it himself. Kind of an open net, but DJ does get there. Wova's going to follow it up, but Chin there with the save.
Yeah, Altor was almost able to get another follow-up. It does get demoed in the process. Wova now in the corner. Altor tried to take it, but gets demoed once again. Ball State trying to find that opening if they can. Wova now with control might be able to take it towards the wall, trying to clear it to give them a little bit of a breathing room, but isn't able to get that touch that he needed. And now Crimson might try to go for a pinch, able to get it down to BJ. Altor now with control, has a decent amount of boost to work with. Trying to get the 50, just barely misses Crimson. Able to get a good clear down to Ball State's side of the pitch. Wova able to get that 50, trying to send it out. Tries to keep it going. Wova now with control, takes it into the corner. Tries to get that flick, isn't able to do so. DJ almost had a chance to own goal it. Able to realize where he was and backed off of it in time. Altor now with control, but a double save coming out from Crimson, I think it was, and Southeastern off the backboard from Wova. Into the corner now, DJ with control, able to give it over to Yags. Yags to the backboard, but to BJ. BJ doesn't have a lot of boost to work with to try to take it all the way out, but Altor now with control, able to get one more touch, but still has one defender left to beat. Doesn't have any boost, is able to center it, but BJ able to get the read, and Ball State on that offensive pressure.
Yeah, on Southeastern side very heavily here. It's going to pay off for him. Yags going to score. Going to go up 1-0 for Southeastern here about halfway through the game. A
great shot, though. Great contestation. It just looked like Southeastern just were a little bit scatterbrained there for a little bit because they were just constantly on that defensive, weren't able to get out. I don't even think they had that much boost themselves to really work with. And that was perfect for Ball State to be able to build off of that and just try to keep that pressure going until eventually that wall just collapses the Southeastern. And there's nothing they could really do in that moment, and a 50 might just go into the net, and it does. Altor increasing the lead for your Ball State Cardinals.
Yep, 2-0 now for Ball State in Game 5 here. So Southeastern kind of at the one of the biggest deficits we've really seen in the game. You know, we haven't seen that large of deficits since Game 1. So now Southeastern, with probably the most work they've had to do for this entire series, really going to have to sort of figure out what's going wrong here. I mean, they had Ball State at match point, but now Ball State has them tied in the series and now up 2-0 in the final game. It kind of makes you wonder where it has gone wrong for Southeastern here, sort of. But of course, they're not out of it yet. Have it in the air. Going to send it over to Ball State Black's side. Going to see if they can make anything of this and just try to get on the board, but it's just going to be taken away by Yags, who's going to send it over to Altor. Crimson Chin tries to get there, but Ball State is going to go up 3-0 now in Game 5.
A great shot there from Yags. It looked like him and Altor were able to pinch it. Crimson was able to get a touch on it, just wasn't able to get there in time to really get behind it to block it, and instead just kind of redirected it into the net, increasing Ball State's lead. And now Southeastern are kind of in a dangerous spot. There's definitely enough time for them to score, but with how the defense has been for both teams in this series so far, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what Southeastern can do against this Ball State Black roster. And as I say that, BJ is able to get a goal.
Pretty much always happens, you know. The saying you say, what are they going to be able to do? The defense is great. They score. But, of course, Southeastern kind of showing that they're not out of this one yet. They still definitely have time to score 2 more goals here. But, yes, Ball State's defense has been very good. But, you know, Ball State has, kind of due to their own ability, but as well as some mistakes from Southeastern, have gotten themselves this 2-goal lead now. So Southeastern are going to have to do a lot more offense than they've been doing this entire game to try to tie this score, as BJ just tries to walk it in on his own, but Altor is going to be there with that save. Crimson Chin going to send it back over to BJ on their own side. Yeah, he's sort of going to meet it there. Crimson Chin going to redirect it over. Now DJ going to contest for that ball. But looks like Wova going to be able to move it back over to Southeastern side. Yags goes to follow it up, but he just doesn't have that angle. So Southeastern is able to get there, but now they have less than a minute to try and score 2 goals here. And I just don't know if they're going to be able to do that. I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing that they're going to have time to do, especially as Yags. It looks like he might score another one. He does after setting it up for Altor. Ball State might have just put the nail in the coffin there.
It definitely looks like that. Yags, a great play, almost a triple tap off that backboard. Was able to get a 50 off the wall. Almost able to get that pancake and drop it down. It was just hovering right there, and Altor was able to get there in time and just finish it off. And able to give that kind of guarantee goal that can help Ball State kind of relax a little bit, but not too much, because they know who they have a chance to go up against with under 30 seconds remaining here.
Yeah, definitely. Doesn't look like Southeastern is going to have time here to score the goals needed to sort of come back in this series here. So Ball State is going to be heading to the losers finals to take on Boise and have a chance at Grands here. And the winner of Grands gets 8 whole CRL points. They left the match before it even ended. Probably shouldn't do that, but whatever.
Yeah. Ball
State Black going to take that win there and is going to go to the losers finals against, I hear, Rocket League. Going to go to the losers finals against Boise State, and the winner of that one will play the Georgia Mason Patriots.
Yeah, it looked like BJ left right before we could get the scoreboard right there at the end, because BJ was the one who got the 1 goal that Southeastern had in this last game. But I mean, even if you look at the stats on your screen right now, you can see who was more on the offensive side, who was more on the defensive side. So I'm like, Ball State in total, 16 shots on the net. Like, yeah, that speaks for itself there.
Honestly, yeah, just way more offense. Honestly, that last game was the most dominant game we've probably seen in this entire series. I mean, kind of the whole game, it was so close. And this one, it didn't even really seem like Southeastern had a chance. It just kind of always seemed as though it was going to be Ball State's game. But yeah, something kind of just went wrong for Southeastern there.
Yeah, especially there at the end, because I'm like, they were doing good in like the first, literally in the second, third, and fourth game, all back to back to back. It was just straight, like each one of those games ended in a 2-1 score deficit. I'm like, there's not too much you could have done in that moment, because I'm like, Southeastern, they won the first game, and they, like, I'm trying to find the right word here, but they took it with flying colors. 7-3, I think, was the score. And then the next 3 games, both teams' defense and even offense were kind of held up at a good point, and the offense couldn't do anything on either side, with the scores for all those games being 2-1. And then this last game, it looks like those last 3 games weren't as close as they were.
Yeah, honestly, just last game seemed just totally dominant by Ball State. And I'm assuming we're going to get into this Boise State game pretty fast here. You know, Boise State's been waiting for a while. So it's going to be Ball State's going to finally allow Boise State to play some more Rocket League here. So let's see if they can get in on it. But let's see. Who knows? They can either get in immediately, or they can just decide that they're going to make it take a while. But yeah, we're just kind of waiting. Ball State versus Boise. So a maximum of 2 more games of Rocket League. Both best of 5s. If Boise State wins, they're going to play George Mason in the finals, in the grands. And if Ball State wins, they're going to play George Mason in the grands. But Boise State is going to be a real tough one for Ball State. Black Force Ball State did lose to the George Mason Patriots 1-3, and they beat Boise State 3-2. So hypothetically, that probably means that Boise State is technically a better team than us, but I think they are beatable. I think our black roster has beat them before. So we'll see. Honestly, I think Ball State could very well win this game and go to grands here and have a chance to try and get 8 CRL points, because that's what we want. 8 CRL points. If you win grands, you get 8 CRL points. Right now, I think if we lose to Boise State, that would make us top. I think that would make us the 4th best team in the bracket. I don't know how they would make it work. Is it going to be George Mason and then Boise and then Ball State and then Southeastern? Would that be the top 4 teams?
I think that would be the top 4 teams, because whoever wins the losers finals and goes to the grand finals, that would be your top 2. No. So that would put whoever loses in the losers final as the 3rd, and then Southern Eastern, I guess, technically secured their spot as the 4th. So they're top 4.
Yeah. So they're going to get some CRL points from this. As is George Mason, as is Boise, and now as is Ball State Black. So we are guaranteed to get, because I believe, I wrote it down, I think it's only top 4 that get points. It might be top 6, because top 4 seems a little extreme.
Well, wasn't it top 6 that get the...
Top 6 get the money.
The money.
So we are going to get the money. Maybe I didn't write it down. But I think it is top 4 gets... Oh, yeah, right here. Top 4 teams in bracket get CRL points. So, yeah, it is the top 4 teams. So we have guaranteed ourselves some CRL points here. I don't know the exact number, but I think for 4th, we get 2. I think it's 2, 4, 6, 8. That's how they do it.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I think they just go up by 2s. So that's not bad. I don't really know how much. I think it's top. Then at the end of both these, top 8 in points gets to go and have a chance to qualify. But here it is, Ball State Black versus Boise State.
And already off rip, Preston trying to take it all the way, but just barely missed it. Woven out with control, trying to take it all the way, but Woos is able to get a save and able to take it all the way. But Timmy no breaks. I had to make sure I was reading. That's definitely one of those fun names that you wish you would have thought about.
Yeah, honestly, there's so many. But he is going to set it up for Woos, who is going to score. It's going to put Boise State at an early lead here.
It was a great play coming out from Timmy No Breaks and Woos. All he had to really do was just put it up, because it didn't look like any of Ball State was back to really be on that defense when the ball was coming towards their net. So right now, Preston looking to add another goal to the numbers, but wasn't able to get it. Timmy No Breaks ran out of breaks and wasn't able to get there in time. Yags might be able to get the flip, but wasn't able to get just enough power on it. And Wu was able to get it up to Preston. Preston with a 50, and Timmy No Breaks now with control for Boise State.
Yeah, now we're going to send it over to Wu. It's going to be stopped by Wova there. Going to try to get that ball back over to Boise's side. But now Timmy No Breaks is going to get control of that ball. But Yags is going to take it away. Almost sends it in there, but just doesn't really have the angle that he needs. So Woos is going to now take it away. Still on Boise's side, though. Preston going to pick it up in the air. Going to try and send it over. Timmy No Breaks is going to get a nice clear, but Wova is going to meet it in the midfield. Going to try to get Ball State on the board here. He's going to set it up for Altor, but Preston is going to take it away. And now it's just going to roll right into that Ball State net.
And in that moment, there's really nothing Ball State could do. Their last player back, which I think was Yags, was in a good spot, but just got absolutely thrown to the corner by Woos. And that just allowed the ball to absolutely roll in there. And now Boys able to go up 2-0. It was still over 3.5 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, still a lot of time, honestly, for Ball State to come back from them. Plenty of time. So let's see, they just have to kind of play it right here. Of course, I've seen this Boise State team before. I know that they're a very, very good team. But I do think Ball State Black can beat them. So they just kind of have to play it right, play the best that they can in this type of situation here. But it looks like Preston is going to try and send it over to Ball State Black side. Wova is going to meet it there and going to send it down over to Altor. Preston going to get that bump there to try to contest, but Yags is going to follow that up. If only it was a little bit more to the right, that would have been a Ball State goal. Altor tries to send it in, but it's not going to work out. It's going to go back over to Ball State Black side, and now Woo's going to try and send it in, but it's Altor there to redirect that shot. Timmy No Breaks going to try and keep it on Ball State Black side, going to send it up to Woo's, but Yags is going to be there to meet it.
And Preston right now able to get a little bit of a redirect right there, trying to keep it going. Wova just barely missed the touch. Yags now with control for the Ball State Black team right here, trying to keep it going, isn't able to get there in time. Timmy No Breaks now trying to clear it out for Boise State. Gets 50 though by Altor into the corner though. Nobody there for either side. Preston gets there, has the 100 boost to work with, starts burning through it. Wova now with control, trying to get the 50, able to do so, sends it to the far wall. Preston able to get a touch, but Yags able to read it off the wall. He tries to keep it going. Looked like he might have tried to go for a flip reset right there. Altor almost able to get a shot. Wova now trying to redirect it back down. Wasn't able to get the touch, though, to keep it going. And the net for Ball State is left open, and Boise State add another one, making it 3-0.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate for Ball State. They're a little bit of an overcommit. They felt like they had to try to get on the board there, and it just didn't work out for them. Allows Boise State to go up 3-0. And now Ball State is in a really big deficit, and they're going to have to do a lot of work to call their way out of this one. So now, on Boise State's side early, but Timmy No Breaks just going to fly it over. Send it over to Woos. Almost a really early goal there, but Altor is going to be there with that save. Well, we're going to try to bring it over. He's going to be stopped by Timmy No Breaks. Woos going to try to meet that Ball State car in the middle there. Preston does get demoed, which is going to allow Ball State to get on the board there with Wova.
A great touch. Altor was able to hit it off the wall and able to get that demo too, which was a crucial part in this goal from Wova, because they just left the net wide open. All Wova had to do was just hit it into the net, and it was exactly what he was able to do. And now Ball State able to win the kickoff there. A demo comes out, able to get rid of one of the Boise State players. It looked like Altor tried to get a bump there, but a read coming out from Woos with that redirect. And Boise State putting the goal deficit back up to 3.
Yeah, pretty tough game right now for Ball State. Boise State just kind of going crazy with the goals right now, just running up that score. Ball State kind of struggling on their defense right now, which hasn't been something we've seen from them a lot tonight. They've just kind of been struggling to keep that ball out of their net, and they can't really get it. They're just struggling to get anything going on offense as well. So kind of a rough game for Ball State as of now. Yeah, he's going to try and set it up for Wova, and Wova gets his second of the game.
Great shot from Wova. Yags was able to get the musty, able to get the 50 as well, and all Wova had to do, he was able to find that top right corner. I think if the millimeter, if the ball was a pixel more to the right, yeah, it probably would have bounced out. So it was a great shot coming out from Wova. Now only putting them 2 down with just over a minute remaining here.
Yeah, Ball State now has kind of worked their way back into this one. They still have a lot of work to do here. You know, getting 2 goals in a minute, definitely doable, but not always easy, especially when Ball State, you know, hasn't scored much, and Woos there might have just put that nail in the coffin for Ball State in this game 1.
Yeah, it was a good shot coming out from there. Timmy No Breaks was able to get that 50 and kind of putting Ball State back on that back line. Not really too much for them to do. Haven't really seen much. The defense right now from Ball State hasn't really been there as much as we have seen in other games previously. They've been they've been on that offensive, but to the point where they're almost overcommitting and nobody is there in the back to really help defend. And it's given Boise State a lot of room and just an open net to work with multiple times.
Yeah, definitely just a lack of defense from Ball State in this game, just like you just said there. They've seen more overcommits from them this game than we've seen from them really the entire night. That's just kind of what's allowed Boise State to run up the score this much. Now 30 seconds left. You know, Ball State going to have to score a goal, one goal every 10 seconds here, hypothetically, to try and get themselves out of this deficit. So looks like game 1 definitely going to go to Boise here. Of course, Ball State, you know, they can start down 1 and still come back and win the series. You know, they've done it before, but it puts them in an immediately tough spot.
Yeah, as we count down with 5 seconds left, not really too much more for Ball State to do. Boise might try to find another one, but they do send it back to their half. Who's now faking to go up for it, and that's going to be the end of the first game with Boise State winning it 5-2. They're at the end. Kind of a strong showing for Boise State, but not really surprised with kind of how we saw, especially what even you've said about their roster previously.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised by what I saw there. I mean, just given kind of how Ball State played, but also, you know, I know that this Boise State team is really good, especially, you know, Preston is a very good player. I know that. This is a very good team. And I'm not saying that Ball State Black can't beat them, but it's going to be tough. And Ball State Black can't play like that and beat Boise State. That's for sure. Because this Boise State team is going to capitalize on those mistakes. You know, this isn't a club team. And I'm not, you know, that's not me hating on club teams. Maryland played very, very well, but this is a, you know, top level. This is a varsity program. I'm assuming these players are on scholarship. You know, you can't make mistakes like that and expect to get away with it.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, for sure. And right now, it looks like the bracket is also keeping pretty up to date because it already has the score in there.
I guess that they have less work to do now. They're only really watching one game, so makes sense. Keeping it a little more updated there. No more 2 million goals from Ball State. Now, on Boise State's side, early here at Ball State, you know, trying to get on some offense. But it's really just been their defense that's been struggling so much this game. They haven't really had major issues offensively, but they do have it on Boise State's side early, which is, you know, a good start to the game for them. Doing a pretty good job at keeping it there, but looks like Woos is going to get that clear that he wanted onto Ball State Black side, and Boise State gets the demo, and Preston's going to lead right to that goal by Preston.
Yeah, that was a crucial demo coming out from Preston, able to get rid of really the one last defender they had back, and Preston was able to add salt to the wound with that demo and able to score it as well off the backboard, taking Boise State to an early lead here in the second game. Boise State definitely have that momentum to work with since they're coming off that first game.
Definitely. Boise State, you know, just kind of starting where they left off. Very good start to the game for them. Less than a minute in, they already scored a goal, and they got it back on Ball State Black side really, really early here. Timmy No Break's going to kind of send it up. Preston looking to follow it up, but nothing really going to come of it this time. Now it's going to be sent it down to Woos. It's going to bounce it off into that corner. Looking to kind of keep up this momentum for Boise State. We're going to have it in the air. They're going to just try to get something offensively going for Ball State Black, but Preston going to sort of intercept, send it into that corner. Yags tries to get it from Timmy No Breaks, but just not going to work out. Looks like Altor going to try and carry it over. Wova's going to follow it up, but Preston is sort of there to disrupt that momentum. They have it in, though, and Altor is going to be able to tie the score.
Yeah, great play there coming out from the Ball State Black team right there. Altor was able to get that touch, and it looked like Preston tried to clear it out, but he waited a little too long, and instead of being behind the ball, he kind of just pushed it into the net, so it was almost closer to an own goal from Preston right there. But regardless, we are tied 1-1 now with Timmy No Breaks immediately on that offensive. was able to get the corner, is able to send it down to Woos, able to give it over to Preston, but a good block coming out from Yags. Wolva able to send it up. Ball's going towards the net, but Preston's going to get up in time. Running a little low on boost in the corner. Going to be met by Altor. Wolva able to get that 50 now. Ball's going to be dropping down. Wolva sends it just over Yags, but Altor almost able to put the shot on, but sends it just wide of the net. Altor now back with control. Looks like he might go for a great play just to the right, but Yags able to get that demo and able to follow it back up. And now Ball State find themselves in the lead 2-1.
And Ball State gonna get in the lead here against Boise. So, like I said, definitely still winnable for them. Just, you got to just play your absolute best here. But of course, 3 minutes left here. Boise cannot be counted out of this. Let's see how it's gonna go for them. Kickoff is gonna go their way, as Preston is going to send it up to Woos to get it onto Ball State Black's side very, very early here. Woos going to sort of send it up, going to be stopped by Yags. He's going to send it back over to Boise State's side. So now, looks like Ball State Black, though, going to be forced immediately back onto defense here. But they're going to rotate it right back. So really back and forth action happening right now. Not one team really maintaining control of the ball here on Boise State's side. Ball State looking to just get something done here, but it looks like Woos is going to get a little bit of space to try to bring it over to Ball State Black side.
And Timmy able to get the flip reset, but isn't able to put it into the net. A good save coming out from Yags right there. Ball State trying to turn things around, trying to get it back over to Boise's side, and it looks like they're able to do so. Yags right now able to get that 50, but Preston able to get a better recovery. Yags now with control, back up in the sky, able to give it over to Wolva. Wolva able to give it over to Altor. Almost able to put it into the top left, but Woos able to get control. Doesn't have a lot of boost to work with. Able to get the musty, but Yags with the save puts it into the corner. Yags might try to follow it up. He was able to get that middle boost, forcing Preston to go all the way back into his opposing corner. All the boost was taken up. Altor now with control, running a little low on boost. Wolva, though, takes control for Altor. Does get sent into the corner by Preston now. Woos trying to get control, able to do so, able to bounce off the wall and drop it back down, but wasn't able to get a good follow-up, and Woos able to get a nice little cheeky touch there at the end, and now we're tied 2-2.
Yep, tied 2-2, very late game here. So now Boise State in pretty good position to go for a to go up 2-0 in the series here. They tied the score. They only need one more goal to honestly get pretty comfortably in the lead here, especially just with how infrequent the goals have been. Let's see which team could sort of kind of capitalize on this. It looks like right now it could be Ball State. Altor, going to try to get it onto Boise State's side really early, and it's just going to roll right in. I thought surely that would be saved, but no.
That was a good touch there from Altor and Wolva. Wolva was able to get a good touch, and it looked like it might have been Preston who got a slight touch on it, giving it that speed that the Boise defender wasn't fully ready for. And in that process, it does put Ball State back in the lead with just over a minute remaining here. So right now, Ball State in a decent spot, not in the most comfortable spot. You're only up by one. Anything can really happen, especially with there being a full minute left. But Wolva able to put it back into the corner, able to get that 100 boost. I might just try to keep the ball away from Boise as much as they possibly can right now.
Yeah, honestly, just kind of play time in this situation. I mean, you have the lead, just sort of play keep away with the ball, but they are going to get it onto Ball State's side here. Altor just going to try to keep the ball out of Boise State's hands. Right now, not really going to be able to do it. Woos, though, is going to be able to get there and tie the score. 30 seconds left now. Game is tied.
A great play from Woos. Was able to pop it up. It looks like he just got it past Yags. And in that process, Woo just won that 50 into the net. And there was really nothing that Ball State could have done right there. They just got out 50'd in that moment. So it's now tied 3-3 with 30 seconds remaining here. Wolva, though, with control. Tries to take it all the way around. Isn't able to do so. Preston sends it up. Great save coming off from Altor. Able to put it up into the backboard. Able to keep it going. Does get bumped in the process. Woos is still back. The only defender back right now for Boise State. He actually now able to put it back into the corner. A little bit of a double commit right there coming out from Ball State. Wolva and Altor got on top of one another, but weren't able to really fully be able to get control of the ball and had to back off, and in the process looked like we might be finding our overtime unless Altor has a different thing to say about it, but was just out of reach as he ran out of boost, and now we are in overtime here in game number 2.
We're going to see another overtime today, but it looks like Yags is just going to drive it right in. 3 seconds in, Ball State Black is just going to walk it right in there. Boise just total misplay, and they drop a game because of that.
Yeah. That's almost what it's like in a lot of Rocket League games. Those kickoff goals can either make or break your day, because when it happens for your team, it's awesome. But when it happens against you, it can be the most painful experience, because in that moment, you just weren't fully ready for that, because you saw 2 of Boise's players went up for that kickoff. But in that process, the third one went to the back right for the boost, completely leaving that net open. And Yags, who looked like he cheated up, was able to get that touch and carry it all the way in.
Yeah, just totally destroyed that overtime there. Any chance that Boise State had in that overtime just immediately taken away. So now we go 1-1 into the series once again, with Ball State sort of showing that going down 1 game does not matter. So let's see what they can do in game 3 here to try to get themselves a lead in the series.
Yeah, it was a good plays, though, coming out from both teams. We ended up finding ourselves into an overtime in game number 2. Almost kind of like a repeat of how the series went last game, but the score being a lot more than what we saw against Southeastern goal-wise. But even then, both teams are having a good battle, both defensively and on the offense. And both teams are showing up. And a lot of times the goals are just off of slight either mistakes or even of good calculations from the offensive side.
Yeah. So now it kind of all depends on how these next 2 games go for either team here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another game 5, honestly, but we are going to get back in here. But looks like that almost could have been another kickoff goal for Ball State. But Woos is going to get there just in time. Now he's going to fly it over to Ball State side. Almost just walks it right in, but Wova's going to be there with the save.
Yeah, Preston now with control. Tries to get another touch. He's able to do so, but saved by Yags, putting Altor in a little bit of a difficult spot, but was still able to get the touch and able to get the save, putting it into the corner. Boise now with control and a little bit of a double commit, but it was a double save coming out, technically speaking, from Ball State. Right now Preston with another shot at 0 boost. Now Timmy No Breaks has control, able to get that 50. Wova, though, able to take it off the wall and trying to sit it down. Altor just barely misses the clear, though. Wova able to get it, but a save coming out from Preston. Yags is able to send it towards the backboard, met by Woos. Right now, Timmy No Breaks tries to get it, but it gets out 50 by Wova. And Woos now has control for Ball State as Altor sends it into Ball State's own corner.
Yep, now on Ball State's side, Yags looking to take it away, but Preston going to send it over to Woos, who's just going to send it right in for a Boise State goal.
Yeah, it looked like it was just a little bit of a miscommunication. It seemed like right there, Altor was there, but he was a little too far up in that moment. So even though he was able to get the flip off just before he tried to get over to get to the ball, he was just out of reach because of how far he was up. By the time he had to react to it, wasn't able to get to it in time.
Yeah, just didn't really have any time to do anything there. But now Boise State has that 1-goal lead, and that is not what you want to see. Just nice redirect. Going to go right in to Ball State's goal there.
Yeah, that was just an unfortunate moment. Another little bit of an overcommit from Ball State. They were trying to keep that offensive pressure again, but Woos was able to get that 50 off of the Ball State. I think it was Altor who went for the shot there, but just got the ball pinched off their hood and then went straight into the net. Just a series of unfortunate events right there for Ball State.
Honestly, yeah. Well, we're going to fly it over into the air. Going to maybe try and send it down to Yags, but just 3 Boise State cars waiting there. Now Woo's going to sort of drive it over here. Going to try to deflect it past Yags. Preston going to go into the air here. Going to contest for the ball. Nothing really happening right now. Altor going to get control of that ball. Going to look to send it into that goal, but it is going to be taken away by Boise. Back onto their side, though, is Yags. Going to send it down to Wova. He's going to use all of his boosts and sort of bounce off the ceiling, with the ball just going to be taken away. Altor going to be there and waiting in the midfield to sort of keep the ball on Boise's side. Doesn't really look like anything's going to happen, though, with it right now. Preston sort of has it. He's going to bring it over to... Now Wova has it. He's going to bring it over to Boise State's side. Now, really just back and forth right now. Kind of ping-pong. No one really keeping control or doing anything.
Yeah, both teams haven't really had, like, they've had the chances that either get saved or they just barely missed or they've been low on boost. But Boise State had a shot opportunity, but sent it to the crossbar, and it gets cleared out right now. Boise trying to turn it back around, trying to get the redirect to send it back down. Woo's just barely missed. Timmy No Breaks has control over the ball, tries to keep it going. Ball ends up back on Ball State's side, and a shot opportunity from Woo's right there, and that's going to be Woo's third goal, and it's going to be a hat trick.
Yeah. Honestly, total polar opposite of what we saw from last game. That's the thing, is these games are just so different. You know, the first game was total domination by Boise State, and then the second game was really close. Ball State wins, and now this game, we're kind of back to Boise State just absolutely dominating right now. Very interesting scenario as, yeah, Timmy No Breaks, just another overcommit by Ball State. It's just going to roll right in for Boise.
Yeah, Timmy No Breaks was able to get it, and he was able to predict and was able to get that pre-flip off just in time and able to get the read. Yags was the last one, or the nearest one for Ball State there, but he was just coming in from rotation. So not much he could really do there. It was just a great play from Timmy No Breaks. But now Yags is going to have control for Ball State, takes it up off the ceiling, able to get one flip, able to get his flip reset, but wasn't able to keep the ball with him in that moment. Preston, though, tries to take a shot. Another bumping play coming out from Boise State. But right now, Preston looking to redirect it into the back of the net, but does get set up. Altor with a good save, but he has no boost to keep it going. And just running out of that momentum right now is Ball State.
Yeah, it just kind of looks like there's... Honestly, they're laughing, so I don't really know. Yags is absolutely losing it right now. Don't really know. Maybe they're suffering delirium. A lot of Rocket League.
Yeah,
we talk about it a lot on CRL, just like how much, especially when you go to the losers bracket this early. I guess we didn't go that early, but you can go to the losers bracket. You just are playing so much. And there's like benefits to either. I mean, think about Boise State and Southeastern. They haven't played in, not Southeastern, George Mason or whatever their school's called. They haven't played in forever. But Ball State has just been playing they had like maybe a 30-minute break. Like, there's two sides to every story, and Preston once again, man, just really running up that score as Boise State right now.
Indeed, right there. There's just not much you can do because, I mean, like you even said, they were all laughing earlier. I mean, pretty sure Woba's been laughing since last game as compared to his webcam right now. So right now, it's definitely at that point because, like you said, Ball State has only had that one break that they had when they first came down to the losers bracket. But then since then, it's literally been go, go, go. And even the last game against Southeastern, they went to all 5 games. So that can really take a toll on you, especially when you have to jump into almost a chance for another 5 games in a row. And you haven't really had any chance to even take a break for half a second. You're just going without any stopping. Boise State has been able, they've had that break while waiting for whoever was going to win against Ball State and Southeastern, and even before that. So they've had time to rest up, and they're definitely showing it that they are ready to go. But Yags wants to try to take another one for the road with them. 40 seconds, and they're down by 5. I mean, it's possible. And it looks like Preston said we can go next.
It is an option.
I'm enjoying the scenery, he says. No pressure.
Gotta love when players have fun. Hey, it's winnable. Honestly, Yags just scores 2 back-to-back goals there. It's 100% winnable. So, I don't know. I mean, only 30 seconds to score 4 goals. But, hey, no reason in leaving.
It's possible. In a certain way.
Yeah, it is in a way possible. In my opinion, I don't think you should leave. I think you should, I don't think that that's a thing you should do. I think you should just let it play out. You know, Boise State going to go to match point. I mean, if they play like they did, if they play like this in the next game, they're probably going to go to the grand finals. Of course, we don't know. Ball State could force a game 5. But this one has just been very dominantly Boise State. 6-2. A brilliant game from them. And it's going to hit the ground, and Boise State's going to send us to match point.
Yeah, and especially if Boise show up how they did in the first game and even in this third game here, there's not, the main thing Ball State really need to work on, it looks like, because especially in this last game, we saw them overcommitting quite a bit there, especially near the end. So if they could just kind of turn it around on that defense, I think it would definitely help them out here, especially to try to at least maybe get one more off of Boise. But right now, it's really going to depend on that Ball State defense that we're going to see here in this next game.
Yeah, I think kind of what we're seeing here is maybe a little bit of desperation to score goals. Like they want to just they feel like they need to get on the board, and it's causing them to overcommit. And so when it doesn't work out, Boise State just can run the ball right back. So yeah, pretty tough situation to be in. They just have to kind of really tighten up that defense, like you said. It's been not been very good this series. They did have that one game, but right now, you know, Boise State just won 6-2. They won the first game by a lot as well. And now we're going into this match point here. Of course, the last time we went to a 1-2 match point, Ball State managed to win the next games, play the reverse sweep, which we actually didn't talk about that. Actually, no, it wasn't a reverse sweep because Ball State won game 2. But here we go. Ball State now at match point here. Let's see if they can maybe tighten some things up, or is this just going to be a Boise State George Mason? George Mason. Just want to make sure I'm saying the name right. George Mason Grand Finals. We'll see.
Right now, Timmy No Breaks already trying to go up. Preston looking to put one on the board instantly, but is saved by Yags. Woo's now with control. Tries to take it up and around, but runs out of boost in the process. Yags off the wall, able to get it. Tries to clear it out, but is going to be immediately met by Timmy No Breaks. Wova trying to take control. He's able to get it past one. Preston a little backwards, but trying to able to get that touch, and he's able to do so. Ultra trying to pass it back to Wova. Does get 50'd in the process. Ball flying down to Ball State's side. Yags able to get the save, but the pressure from Boise State's already starting to show up here as we approach 1 minute past.
Yep, doing a good job keeping it on Boise State's side, though they do get a nice clear over to Boise's side here. Does Ball State, so they might actually have a chance to try and get a goal here. But as I say that, they're just going to bring it right back over to Ball State's side. Timmy No Breaks with a nice pass to Woos. Boise State going to get on that board.
Yeah, great play coming out from Boise State between Timmy No Breaks and Woos. Was able to get just a perfect shot. It looks like Altor was almost there, but just went a little high of the ball. And with that, Boise takes the lead here with just under 4 minutes remaining.
Yep, Boise State, once again, early lead here. 4 minutes remaining, still most of the game to be played. We're going to bring it over to Boise's side. He's going to send it down, and Altor is going to tie the score.
Great shot there coming out from Altor. Wova was able to get a good 50 and a dunk in that corner. Wova able to send it behind the two defenders between, I think it was Preston and Woos. So it's a great positioning there right from Altor. Was able to just also have a great placement as well. And now Wova trying to get a touch. He's able to do so. Altor now with control. I think he was able to get the flip reset. Wasn't able to get the second one. Preston able to put it into the corner. And it looks like he's going to try to be able to clear it out. Wu is now with control. Wova last one back with no boost, but he's able to get the save. But the ball is floating back in dangerous territory for Ball State.
Yeah. Ball State already been more competitive this game than they were last game, but it is on their side. Wova going to get a nice clear, though, over to Boise State's side. Let's see what Yags can do with this setup sort of by Wova. Going to send it back down to Wova, who's going to send it down to Altor. He's going to send it over to Yags. He's going to send it to the top. Now Altor's going to follow it up, but he does run out of boost, and Boise State does arrive there to sort of stop that Ball State momentum. Now Timmy No Breaks is going to bring it back over to Ball State's side there. Woos is going to get demoed. It's going to allow Altor to try to bring it back, but Preston is going to stop at midfield. Woos going to sort of meet him up there, as is Timmy No Breaks going to try and stop Wova's sort of push here, manages to do so, but Altor is going to be waiting to try to keep it on Boise State's side.
Yeah, Altor right now trying to get the 50. He's able to get one, but wasn't able to land back in time to block Preston from clearing it out. So now Wova has control. Preston was also able to get that corner. It's going to be putting Altor low on boost. Yags are now with control. Tries to take it around. Runs out of boost in the process. Wasn't able to keep it going. Altor last one back, but he's able to get the 50. Might be able to follow it up too, but Wu says otherwise. And turned around at the midfield and able to keep it going. Ball's in a dangerous spot, but nobody else from Boise State was there to be able to finish the ball off and put it into the net. So right now, Altor is up, tries to fake it, gets the 50 instead. Timmy No Breaks now with control, goes off onto the ceiling, hits Yags. Yags with the 50, runs out of boost in the process. Tries trying to back up. Altor and Yags both back. Both have no boost, but Altor able to get that corner boost. Goes off the ceiling. Gets one hit. Might try to get it over Preston's able to do so. Wova able to take it past another one. Tries to center it, but Yags is able to get there, but does get blocked by Preston.
Altor going to try to keep it on to Boise State's side, but they're going to get a nice bit of momentum here to try to send it into that Ball State net, but Yags is going to be there and waiting on that save. Now Wova's going to take it into the air onto Boise State's side. Timmy Nobreak's going to fly across the field to take that ball away from Wova. You know, I think the best case scenario is that his name isn't actually Timmy. That'd make the name a million times funnier. But anyway, gonna bring it back over to Ball State Black side, but Wova there gonna take away that ball. Now approaching a minute left in the game here, and we are all tied up, so a much more competitive game from Ball State here. You know, playing a lot better defense. We've seen a lot closer of a game. Maybe gonna try and force a game 5. Yags going to try and send it over to Boise State's side, but you know, Boise State playing just as well as Ball State right now, proving that these are two evenly matched teams. But then they have it on Boise State's side as well. Preston going to try and carry it over, but Yags is going to be there and waiting. Timmy no breaks. Losing my mind over here. Gets a nice clear onto Ball State Black's side. Wova is going to be there and waiting to try to keep it away from that net. 30 seconds remaining now, and the score is still tied.
Yeah, Wova able to get it clear over to the far side. Might try to get a 50, doesn't win the 50. Right now, Boise State definitely in that offensive pressure. They're able to keep it going. Ball State right now just trying not to make a wrong mistake as the ball goes over onto the backboard. Right now, Woo's a little low on boost. A shot opportunity saved by Wova. 5 seconds remaining here. Wova doesn't have any boost to work with. Might try to pinch it with Altor, but doesn't. Yags has boost. Wova sends it high. Preston able to keep it up. Tries to take it out. He might just try to kill it here in this moment, but Timmy No Brace was able to get the save, but we do go into overtime here in game number 4.
1-1 overtime. If Boise State scores, they're going to the grand finals. If Ball State scores, we're going to game 5 on Ball State's side really early here. So Boise State probably pretty desperate just to end this series so they can just get to this grand finals. I mean, got to think how long they've been waiting, and now this game has gone on for quite a long time. So let's just see if they can just end it. But Ball State, of course, playing to stay alive, to have a chance at the grands, and they do have it on Boise State's side here. Timmy No Breaks does get a nice demo onto Wova. That's going to allow Preston to sort of try to get control of that ball. But also going to do a good job of trying to keep it in Ball State's possession. It looks like Woos might be able to break free here, but Wova is back and keeping it on Ball State's side. A nice transition, though, is going to maybe give Boise State an opportunity to end the game, but it just doesn't go their way as Ball State has rotated back on defense.
Yeah, Ball State, another demo coming out from Boise State, putting Yags as the last one back. Luckily, there was nobody from Boise State there to really be able to capitalize on the single defender. Right now, Yags was able to get that boost, a little bit of an awkward spot. Altor was able to get a touch, but a good block coming out from Wova. Timmy No Brace trying to get it, does get sent to the ceiling, might still be able to use it to their advantage, but a good fake coming out from Wova. Wova with control, looking to dribble it all the way down, just has to get it past Preston, but Preston a good save. A clear, sending it right back to Ball State's side. Altor tries to get the 50, wasn't able to get it. Wova now has control off the back wall, runs out of boost in the process, but is able to get the 50. Neither side was able to get a touch after it went up. But as I say that, a shot opportunity comes, does get sent wide. Preston now with control, has full boost, just sends it a little over, tries to go for a bump, wasn't able to do so. Yags now with control, able to get the 50, doesn't have boost. Timmy has control, sends it over. Wova is able to take it out from away from Boise, able to get a 50, but Wu is able to come in, swooshes in, and able to get the save right now. Altor with control, doesn't have a lot of boost, looks to send it out to Wova, keeps it in the corner. Altor just barely misses. Yags tries to get a touch, isn't able to do so. Wova is the next guy up, but he might just try to go for a save, able to put it into the corner, so Altor can be able to take it, but Yags is able to take it now. Wova trying to get it at least away from the front of their net. Ball State kind of against the wall right now, haven't really been able to do such, and Woo's almost had a shot opportunity, but Ball State trying not to go down without a fight.
Yeah, Boise State doing a really good job of keeping it on to Ball State's side right now. Ball State is playing the absolute best defense they've played all series, really just trying to keep themselves alive here. but Boise State is just finally, they're getting their offensive pressure back, and that one's going to go in, and that is going to be the end of Ball State's night. That is going to be Boise State going up 3-1 and allowing them to take the series. So that is all from Ball State Rocket League tonight, as it's just Woos. Poor Woos is just him. But yeah, that is going to be all from us tonight, which, you know, if you stuck with us through the whole time, greatly appreciate it. Whole 11 o'clock here, but I'm just gonna really quick end it off here. It's my bedtime. So I've been Wyatt, aka Libby Baby. Joining me on the desk for the first time
is Grant, aka Granticus.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Again, check out all our socials. I mentioned them earlier. We do have some streams still coming up. We're not done just yet. So thanks so much for watching, and we will see you later.